Tonight we are going back through fire and memory into the life of a man who was given more strength than any human should bear. A man shaped by gods and broken by the people he loved. Because the strongest man who ever lived could not protect the people he loved, his wife, his children. And that was only the beginning. If this kind of storytelling brings you inner peace, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where in the world are you listening from and what time it is for you right now. It's always strangely comforting to know who else is out there closing their eyes to the same story. So settle in. Let the world grow quiet, and let's dream together for a while. The night grows still, not empty, but waiting. Somewhere beyond memory, the old world stirs, a world of marble and flame, of gods who watch from high places, and mortals who walked beneath a sky that never truly belonged to them. Long before heroes were named, the earth was already heavy with stories. Mountains remembered the Titans. Seas still carried the echoes of ancient wars. Even the air held traces of voices that had once shaped the fate of all things. In that ancient world, nothing was ever only itself. A river was also a boundary. A mountain was also a throne. A child was sometimes a warning. Somewhere between Olympus and the fragile lands below it, a life was quietly being prepared. Not in joy, in tension. The gods did not often agree on anything, but when they did, it was never gentle. Their gaze was fixed on something that had not yet arrived, something that would not remain in its place. Mortals could not feel it. They prayed, they built their cities, they told their small stories, unaware that something vast was leaning closer. The ancient Greeks believed that fate does not announce itself. It moves like a shadow across the world, touching what it will long before anyone understands what has changed. That shadow was moving now, not toward a king, not toward a battlefield, but toward a single ordinary moment that would one day be remembered as the beginning of everything that followed. The fire has not yet been lit. The cry has not yet been heard. But the world is already holding its breath. And in that breath, a hero is waiting to be born. Long before the child drew breath, his shadow was already moving through the halls of heaven. The gods of Olympus were not accustomed to listening for footsteps below them. They watched storms and tides and the slow wheeling of the stars. Yet now, in the quiet after thunder, a different unease had begun to drift through their immortal courts. It did not come from any army, or titan, or rival god. It came from a rumour carried by oracles and murmured through the roots of the world. A whisper that a mortal would be born, whose strength would one day rival the divine. Zeus heard it first, not as a warning, but as a faint disturbance in the deep order of things. He felt it in the way the air seemed to pause before a storm breaks, in the way fate itself tightened. The king of the gods had spent centuries crushing rebellion, burying the titans, binding monsters in darkness. He had learned that power was never lost in a single blow, but in slow shifts that went unnoticed until it was too late. This child was one of those shifts. Some said he would stand between gods and men, others that he would tilt the balance of the world simply by existing. What was certain was that he would not belong wholly to either realm. He would carry heaven in his blood and earth in his bones. Such beings had always unsettled Olympus. They reminded the immortals that their dominion, though vast, was not absolute. Zeus did not fear many things, but he remembered his own father, Cronus, who had once swallowed his children to stop a prophecy that foretold his fall. He remembered the cold logic of that terror, and how it had failed. The universe had a way of fulfilling what was spoken, no matter how fiercely it was resisted. This new prophecy was quieter, more elusive. It did not speak of Zeus being overthrown. It spoke instead of a man who would rise so high that even the gods would feel his weight. Somewhere on the earth below, a woman named Alcmen was living an ordinary life, unaware that her name had already been woven into something much older than she was. She was mortal, fragile in the way all humans were, yet her lineage carried a quiet nobility. Through her veins ran the blood of Perseus, himself a son of Zeus, a hero who had once cut down a Gorgon and walked away from the edge of death. Blood remembers. In her, the past waited for a future. The prophecy did not say that this child would be kind. It did not say he would be gentle or wise. Only that he would be great, and that greatness, in the old language of the gods, was never separate from ruin. Hera sensed it before she knew what it was. A tightening in her chest, a subtle imbalance in the endless rhythms of Olympus. She had ruled beside Zeus through ages of betrayal and reconciliation, through wars and fragile truces. She knew the scent of his secrets. They always carried the same faint trace of coming disaster. A mortal woman, a child not yet conceived. Another fracture in the long, bitter story of their marriage. Hera's anger was not loud at first. It was cold, patient, and inward. She had learned that fury shouted itself empty, but resentment endured. The prophecy did not name the child's mother, but Hera understood what Zeus was already planning. He had always turned to the mortal world when he wished to escape the stifling perfection of Olympus. Humans loved fiercely. They bled. They aged. They made his power feel vivid again. This time, that hunger would leave behind something the gods could not easily erase. Zeus stood alone on a high balcony of cloud and stone, looking down at the dark curve of the world. He did not see cities or fields or oceans. He saw lines of fate folding into one another. He saw how a single life could become a hinge upon which ages turned. The child would be born of a woman, but he would not be merely human. His existence would blur the border that kept gods safely above the consequences they inflicted below. Through him, the immortal and the mortal would collide, not in theory but in flesh. Such collisions always left scars. Already forces were gathering around the unborn life. Love and envy, hope and suspicion, the silent hunger of destiny, which does not care whether what it shapes will survive. Somewhere in the quiet of night, Alcmen slept, unaware that the sky itself was beginning to lean toward her, and far above, in the cold light of Olympus, a queen was preparing to hate a child she had never seen. The world had not yet met him, but it was already making room for his suffering. The prophecy did not promise him victory, it promised him existence. And sometimes that was enough to make the heavens uneasy. Night settled over Thebes like a held breath. The streets fell quiet, and even the dogs curled into themselves, sensing a stillness that did not belong to sleep. Above the city, clouds drifted slowly, heavy with a watchful silence. In that hush, the distance between Olympus and the earth thinned, and what belonged to the gods began to move among human walls. Alcmaeon waited for her husband. Amphitryon had been away at war, chasing old rivalries across broken hills and burning fields. His absence had stretched long enough to turn longing into something sharp. When the door finally opened and he stepped inside, she did not question how the war had ended so quickly, nor how his face looked both familiar and strangely untouched by travel. Relief was a powerful curtain, and it fell softly between them. Zeus had worn many forms over the ages, but none carried such consequence as this one. To stand in a mortal home, to borrow a man's voice and warmth, was not merely disguise. It was intrusion. He carried the vastness of the sky within borrowed skin. A storm pressed into the narrow shape of a human body. Alcmaeon felt it, though she could not name it. A faint dissonance in the air, as if the room were larger than it should be. His touch lingered with a weight that went beyond flesh, and in his eyes flickered a depth that no mortal life could hold. Yet love has its own blindness. She welcomed him as her husband returned, not knowing that she was being drawn into the slow machinery of fate. The gods did not often consider what their desires cost those below them. For Zeus, the mortal world had always been a place where longing could be satisfied without consequence. Yet this night was different. The prophecy lay between him and the woman he held, unseen but heavy, bending every moment toward a future neither of them could control. He did not come merely to love her. He came to plant a life that would change the order of things. The night stretched unnaturally long, as though time itself had been persuaded to linger. Dawn did not arrive when it should have. The sky remained dark, held in place by a will greater than the sun. Zeus had commanded it so, allowing the union to unfold beneath an endless veil of shadow. In that extended darkness, a child was conceived who would carry both the frailty of humanity and the fire of the divine. When it was done, the god withdrew, leaving behind only a man's shape and a woman's quiet breath. Amphitryon returned later, in truth this time, weary and marked by battle. Alcmaeon greeted him again, unaware that the same face had already crossed her threshold in a different guise. The house absorbed the echo of two arrivals, one mortal, one not, and the difference between them settled deep into its walls. Within her, something had begun. Hera felt it almost immediately. The Queen of the Gods didn't need eyes to see what had happened. She sensed the disturbance as a ripple across the vast surface of existence. Zeus's betrayals had always been numerous, but this one carried a particular weight. The prophecy stirred, aligning itself with the quiet beating of a human heart. Rage rose within her, not in flames, but in cold clarity. This was not simply another insult. This was a threat. A child born of deception, designed to step beyond the place mortals were meant to hold. Hera understood the old pattern. Men and gods alike were undone not by their enemies, but by what they desired. Zeus's hunger for the mortal world had always left wreckage behind. Now it had left a seed that would grow into something neither of them could undo. Below, Alcmaeon moved through her days, carrying a life she did not yet know was extraordinary. There was no glow, no divine sign upon her, only a subtle heaviness, as though the air around her had thickened. The child forming inside her was already pulling the world slightly out of alignment. Zeus watched from afar, unable to look away from what he had set in motion. In the halls of Olympus, he walked with the quiet of someone who has done something irreversible. The future no longer belonged solely to the gods. it had been entrusted to the fragile body of a mortal woman. Such trust was never gentle. The deception had succeeded, but success did not bring peace. It brought a long shadow that stretched forward into years of blood, wandering and sorrow. The child would be born into a world already braced against him, even as it did not yet know his name. In the stillness of Alcmain's chamber, the unborn hero drifted in darkness, cradled by a mother who believed him to be ordinary. Above her, the heavens tightened, preparing for what would follow. The halls of Olympus did not echo when Hera walked. They absorbed her. Marble and cloud, gold and light, everything yielded to her presence, not in fear, but in recognition. She had ruled beside Zeus since the shaping of the world. Long before mortals built temples, long before poets learned to give the gods voices, Hera had stood at the centre of divine order, the quiet gravity that held it in place. Now that order was disturbed. She felt it as a subtle pressure, like a thread pulled too tightly through fabric. Somewhere beyond the reach of Olympus, inside the body of a mortal woman, something had begun to grow that did not belong to her design. Zeus' deception had not merely betrayed their marriage. It had unsettled the architecture of the heavens themselves. A mortal who would rise. A life that would not stay in its place. Hera did not storm into rage. She had never been a goddess of outbursts. Her power lay in endurance, in the slow, patient shaping of consequence. Where Zeus struck like lightning, Hera moved like time. And time, once set in motion, could not be called back. She turned her gaze toward the earth, toward the distant city of Thebes. It was a small place by divine standards, a cluster of stone and dust beneath the endless sky. Yet within one quiet house, beneath one ordinary roof, the future of gods and mortals was being quietly rewritten. Alcmain. Hera did not hate the woman for who she was. Mortals were always fragile, always drawn into stories larger than they could bear. What unsettled her was how easily Zeus had used her. A mortal womb had become a battlefield, and the child growing there was a living reminder of that trespass. In the old order, gods and humans had been separated not by distance, but by meaning. Immortals shaped the world. Mortals endured it. To cross that boundary was to invite instability. Demigods blurred the line, and blurred lines were dangerous things. Hera knew this more deeply than any of the Olympians. Her realm was marriage, union, the binding of lives into something lasting. Zeus's countless betrayals had not weakened her power, but they had scarred it. Each new affair chipped away at the idea that anything could be held together. This child would be the greatest fracture of all. In the stillness of Olympus, Hera made her vow. It was not spoken aloud. It did not need to be. The universe itself bent slightly beneath the weight of her intent. The child of Alcmain would not grow untouched. If Zeus had planted a seed of defiance within the mortal world, Hera would make sure it was watered with suffering, not out of cruelty, out of necessity. Down below, Alcmain felt a sudden chill pass through her, though the day was warm. She pressed a hand to her stomach, unsettled by a sensation she could not explain. The child within her shifted, a small movement that would have gone unnoticed by any other woman. Yet in that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Hera's gaze rested upon that unseen life. Already the child was marked. The gods didn't need to lift a hand to wound. Their will alone was enough. Fate responded to divine intention like iron to a magnet, aligning itself around what had been decided. Hera did not strike immediately. A blow delivered too soon reveals its source. Instead, she began to weave a subtler net, one that would stretch across years, across choices and accidents and seeming chance. The boy would be allowed to grow. He would be allowed to feel love and hope and belonging. Then those things would be taken from him. Such losses cut more deeply when they come after joy. Zeus sensed the shift. A faint tightening in the air of Olympus, a chill that did not come from any wind. He knew Hera well enough to recognize the silence that precedes her resolve. Yet even he could not reach into what she had set in motion. Some forces, once awakened, answered to no one. Between heaven and earth, a quiet war had begun. Alcmaeon's child drifted in darkness, unaware of the eyes fixed upon him from realms he would never remember. He was still only potential, still only a fragile gathering of flesh and blood. Yet around him coiled the vast invisible machinery of divine will. He had not yet been born, and already he was being hunted. The old myths would later say that Hera was driven by jealousy, by wounded pride. Yet beneath that simple word lay something more enduring. The fear that the boundary between gods and mortals was dissolving. That if one human could rise too high, the heavens themselves might one day be forced to answer for what they had done. So she chose a path that would bind the child's greatness to pain, not to destroy him, but to ensure that every step he took toward the divine would be paid for in blood. The sky over Thebes darkened for a moment, though no storm came. It was as if the world itself had sensed the tightening of destiny around one small, unborn life. And somewhere in that shadow, Hera waited. The night Alcmene was meant to give birth arrived without thunder. No omens scarred the sky. No winds cried out across the hills of Thebes. The world moved with ordinary stillness, unaware that something within it was about to be quietly misaligned. Only the gods knew how much was about to change, and even they could not agree on what shape that change would take. Deep within Alcmaeon's chamber, the first pain came softly, like a ripple through water. It spread, then gathered, then returned with greater force. The child she carried, long watched by unseen eyes, was finally ready to enter the world. Far above, Hera had been waiting. She did not rush. She never did. Her power lay in arriving at exactly the moment when resistance was weakest. As Alcmaeon cried out, as mortal midwives moved anxiously through candlelit shadows, Hera began to bend the flow of events with a precision only a goddess could wield. 2 births were destined for that night. One was the child of Zeus and Alcmaeon. The other belonged to a lesser royal house, a boy named Eurystheus, born of Sthenelus, a distant kinsman of Perseus. By blood, both children were tied to the same heroic lineage. By fate, they were not meant to share the same future. Zeus had once made a careless promise, spoken in the open air of Olympus. He had declared that the next male child born of Perseus's line would rule over his kin. At the time, it had seemed like an idle boast, a flourish of divine confidence. Now Hera held those words in her hands like a weapon. As Alcmaeon's labour deepened, Hera reached into the hidden machinery of birth itself. She slowed the passage of the child, tightening unseen threads, holding the moment of emergence just beyond reach. Pain spread through Alcmaeon's body, growing sharper, more relentless. The child pressed forward, then was drawn back, caught in a struggle that was not his own. Across the city, in another chamber, Eurystheus' mother laboured as well. Hera loosened the path for him, urging his small, fragile body into the world ahead of its appointed time. His cries rose into the night first, thin and trembling, yet carrying with them the quiet authority of divine manipulation. He had been born before the son of Zeus, and that single difference would shape the rest of a hero's life. When Eurystheus drew breath, the ancient promise took hold. Fate adjusted itself around him, crowning him with a power he had not earned. Somewhere beyond mortal hearing, the balance of destiny tilted, and a child who would one day tremble before Hercules was made king in advance. Only then did Hera release her grip. Alcmaeon's labour broke free from its unnatural delay. With a cry that carried both agony and wonder, she brought her child into the world. He was large, already marked by a strength that seemed out of place in something so new. His skin was warm, his breath fierce, as though he had arrived already pushing against the limits of being human. Zeus felt the moment from Olympus, a surge of relief, quickly followed by the cold realization of what had been taken from his son before he had even opened his eyes. The promise of kingship, of rightful rule, had been stolen by a trick of timing. The child would grow up not as a prince, but as a subject. Such injustices in the world of the Greeks were not accidents. They were the first verses of a long, unfolding tragedy. Alcmaeon held her newborn in trembling arms, unaware of the silent war that had just been waged over him. To her, he was simply her child, heavy and alive against her chest. She named him Alcaeus at first, a name of strength, before the world would later call him by another. Outside, the night continued as if nothing had happened. Yet beneath that quiet sky, two destinies had been forcibly exchanged. One child had been given power without the burden of greatness. The other had been given greatness without the shelter of power. That imbalance would echo through every step of the hero's life. Hera did not look away as it was done. She did not need to. Her work had been careful, exact, and complete. The child of Zeus would never sit easily within the structures of the world. He would always be too large for them, too fierce, too uncontainable. In that friction, she saw the shape of his future. Not comfort, not peace, but struggle again and again against forces that would always seem just beyond his control. Far below, Alcmaeon whispered to her child, soothing him as he cried. The warmth of her voice wrapped around him like the last remnant of safety he would ever know. He had entered the world already deprived of what was meant to be his, and though he could not yet understand it, the path before him had been narrowed by a single stolen moment. The child slept beneath a sky that did not know him. Thebes lay quiet in the hours before dawn, its streets softened by mist and distant fires. Within a small chamber, lit by the faint glow of dying lamps, Alcmaeon rested beside her newborn son. His breathing was slow and deep, already heavier than that of most infants, as though something vast was folded tightly inside him. The world had not yet decided what to call him. Hera, however, had already chosen what he would be. The birth had not gone as she had first intended. The child lived. Zeus's blood had proved stubborn, refusing to be undone by timing alone. Yet the first blow had been struck, and it had landed where it would wound most deeply, in the shape of the boy's future. Now Hera turned to the present. In the silent corridors between heaven and earth, she released two shapes into motion. They were not creatures of the natural world. Their bodies were long and pale, their eyes unblinking, their movements guided not by hunger, but by command. They slid through unseen spaces, drawn toward the small house in Thebes, as if pulled by a thread only they could feel. Serpents. Not symbols. Not dreams. Living things, sent to do what the gods themselves would not openly claim. Inside the chamber, the air shifted. A faint, cold breath passed over the child's face. He stirred but did not wake. Beside him another infant lay sleeping, his half-brother Iphicles, born of Amphitryon, alone. Two cradles stood side by side, though the distance between their futures was already immeasurable. The serpents slipped across the floor like spilled ink. Alcmain dreamed uneasily. Somewhere in the half-light of her sleep, a sense of dread pressed against her, though she did not know its source. Mortals often sense the approach of divine interference, not as a thought, but as a weight in the chest. The serpents rose. They moved toward the cradles with the patience of things that could not be refused. Their coils lifted, shadows bending against the wall, as their eyes fixed upon the children. One glided toward Iphicles, the other toward the son of Zeus. The smaller child stirred and cried out, a thin, frightened sound that broke the silence of the room. His arms flailed, his breath quickened. Yet the other did not cry. The son of Zeus woke. His eyes opened, dark and focused, as though he had been called into wakefulness by something older than fear. He did not see serpents as a baby might see shapes. He saw them as obstacles. When the creature lunged, its mouth opening in a silent promise of venom, the child's hands closed around its body. There was no hesitation. Tiny fingers tightened with a strength that did not belong to anything so small. The serpent writhed, its coils twisting desperately, but the grip did not loosen. Bone and muscle, not yet shaped by time, crushed the life from it with terrible ease. Beside him, the second serpent had wrapped itself around Iphicles, whose cries grew louder, more panicked. The boy struggled, but he was only mortal. His breath was already beginning to fail. The son of Zeus turned, still holding the lifeless body of the first serpent. He reached across the space between them. His hand closed around the second creature's throat, and with a sudden violent twist ended its movement as well. Silence returned to the room. Alcmain woke to it. She rose in confusion, her heart pounding, her mind still tangled in dreams. Then she saw what lay in the cradles. Two dead serpents, their bodies limp and twisted. One child crying in terror, the other holding a crushed coil in his hands, watching it with a strange, unblinking calm. Her breath caught. No mortal infant could do this. Even without understanding what it meant, she knew she was looking at something that did not fit within the natural order. Fear and awe moved through her at once, indistinguishable. When Amphitryon rushed in, drawn by Iphicles' cries, he stopped short at the sight. He had seen battlefields. He had seen men die. Yet nothing had prepared him for the quiet horror of a newborn who had already learned how to kill. The gods, watching from afar, took note. Hera felt the failure like a hairline fracture in stone. The child had survived again. More than that, he had revealed what lay beneath his soft, human skin. A force that did not wait to be taught. A power that answered threat with finality. Zeus felt it too, though his response was different. Not triumph, not relief, but a deep, uneasy recognition. The prophecy was not a metaphor. It was flesh and blood, lying now in a cradle with crushed serpents at its side. the child would not be easy to guide, nor easy to destroy. Alcmen gathered both boys into her arms, shaking as she tried to understand what had been spared and what had been exposed. The son of Zeus did not cry. He only watched the world, as though it had already begun to challenge him. Names were never simple sounds in the old world. They were threads pulled tight between what a thing was and what it was meant to become. To name someone was not merely to identify them, but to set them within the slow machinery of fate. Long before the boy could speak, before he could understand even the shape of his own thoughts, a name was being prepared for him that would follow him like a shadow. It was Hera who allowed it to be given. After the serpents lay dead in the cradle, the truth of the child's nature could no longer be hidden. Amphitryon, shaken but bound by the codes of honour that governed mortal men, sought counsel. Alcmaeon, torn between fear and devotion, could only hold her son and wait. Word spread quietly through Thebes, then beyond it, that something unnatural had occurred in a humble household. Zeus did not descend in thunder. He came as a whisper, as a subtle stirring in the order of things. The boy was his. That much could no longer be denied. Yet even Zeus, king of the gods, was not free to erase what Hera had already begun to weave. So he made a choice that would seem generous, and yet carried within it a quieter cruelty. The child would be named Hercules, glory of Hera. To the ears of the mortals, it sounded like reconciliation, a tribute to the queen of the gods, a gesture meant to soothe her anger, to place the child beneath her protection rather than her wrath. Even Alcmen, though uneasy, accepted it with the fragile hope that perhaps this name would shield her son from further harm. Hera did not object. She smiled. In that single word, she saw a deeper wound than any serpent could have delivered. To bind the boy's identity to her own was not to protect him. It was to place him in a constant state of contradiction. Every triumph he would achieve would carry her name. Every song sung of his strength would speak of the goddess who had sworn to undo him. The name would become a mirror that never reflected what he truly was. He would grow hearing praise that sounded like mockery, devotion that felt like accusation. The more glorious he became, the more he would be reminded of the one who despised him. This was Hera's gift. Zeus believed he was easing her anger. In truth, he had given her something far more enduring, a way to stand inside the hero's story forever, shaping how the world would speak of him long after both of them were gone. The child did not know any of this. He lay in his mother's arms, dark-eyed and quiet, already too large for the fragile world he had entered. When Alcmen whispered his new name, Hercules, it fell over him like a soft blanket. To her, it was a sound filled with hope. To Hera, it was a blade. As the boy grew, the name would follow him everywhere. Spoken by teachers, shouted by soldiers, carved into stone. It would be offered in gratitude and in fear. Each time, it would quietly remind him of the goddess whose favour he did not truly possess. Such ironies were not accidents in the ancient world. They were how the gods expressed their power without lifting a hand. Hera did not need to strike again that day. She watched as Zeus left the Ortal house, satisfied that he had done what he could. The name had been set. The long game had begun. In the years that followed, Hercules would come to know the sound of his own name before he understood its weight. Children would call it when they ran beside him. Elders would speak it with awe when his strength became impossible to ignore. Yet always, beneath the surface, it would carry a strange echo, as if it belonged to someone else. Names have a way of shaping the spaces between what a person is and what the world demands of them. For Hercules, that space would become a wound that never closed. Even as a child, there were moments when he would pause, unsettled by a feeling he could not explain. A sense that the sound that summoned him did not truly fit, that something in it was turned slightly against him, like a word spoken through clenched teeth. Hera watched this quietly. The gods did not need to rush. Time, after all, was one of their oldest allies. It would deepen the irony, sharpen the edges, allow the boy to grow into a man who carried the weight of a goddess's name without ever having her favour. Hercules, glory of Hera, a name meant to bind, to provoke, to remind. And as the child slept beneath that borrowed title, the future stirred, already preparing to test how much suffering a name could hold. The boy did not grow the way other children did. There was no sudden moment when it became obvious. No single day when his strength revealed itself in full. It was a slow, unsettling accumulation, like a river that deepens so quietly that no one notices until it begins to overflow its banks. Hercules was simply always a little too much for the world around him. He outgrew his clothes before they had time to fray. He broke toys not out of malice, but because his hands could not help themselves. Even the wooden beams of his home bore small cracks where he had leaned too hard, too often, against their limits. To Alcmen, these were signs of a son who was healthy, vibrant, impossible to keep contained. To others, they were something less comforting. Children sensed it first. When Hercules ran among them, their games bent around his presence. He was faster, stronger, louder. When he laughed, it filled the space like a sudden wind. When he stumbled, the ground seemed to feel it. Some were drawn to him, thrilled by the wildness he carried. Others kept their distance, uneasy with a boy who seemed to exist half a step outside what was expected. He did not know how to be small. There were moments when Hercules noticed this. When a game ended in tears because he had pushed too hard, thrown too far, gripped too tightly. He would stand there, confused, looking at his own hands as if they belonged to someone else. They were the hands of a child, yet they held the force of something much older. Alcmen watched him with a love that was always edged with worry. She had never told him of serpents in his cradle, nor of gods and prophecies. Yet she could feel the distance growing between her son and the other children of Thebes. He was becoming a figure apart, and separation in the old world was rarely gentle. Hera observed this from afar with a quiet satisfaction. She did not need to interfere. The boy's own nature was already doing her work. To be born too strong in a fragile world is to live in constant friction. Every movement becomes a risk. Every gesture carries the potential for harm. Isolation follows as surely as night follows day. Hercules felt it even when no one spoke of it. A subtle awareness that he was not fully welcome anywhere. That his presence bent rooms out of shape, made people wary, made laughter fade a little too quickly. Strength without balance is a lonely thing. So the boy grew inward as much as he grew outward. He listened more than he spoke. He watched the way people moved around him, careful, cautious. There was a tenderness in him that did not know where to go. a gentleness trapped behind a body that did not understand restraint. At times, he would walk alone beyond the city, into the quiet hills where no one flinched at his footsteps. There, among rocks and trees, he could move freely. He could lift stones, climb steep slopes, feel the weight of the world against his muscles without fear of breaking something precious. Nature did not mind his strength. Humans did. Amphitryon tried to teach him discipline, but even discipline struggled to find its place. A blow meant to be light landed heavy. A playful shove became a fall. The boy learned to pull back, to hold himself in check. But holding back a river only builds pressure. In the unseen spaces between moments, Hera watched these small failures accumulate. The world was already teaching the child that he was dangerous, even to those he loved. Such lessons leave deep marks. Yet there was something else growing alongside his isolation, a sense of duty. Hercules did not want to be feared. He wanted to belong. And so he began to look for ways to use his strength rather than hide it. He helped farmers lift fallen beams. He drove off wolves from grazing lands. He carried water, moved stones, repaired walls. In these small acts, he felt briefly at peace, as though his body had finally found a purpose that did not lead to sorrow. But even these deeds marked him as different. Too strong, too capable, too much. The stories began quietly, then spread. A boy who could lift what 3 men could not. A child who stood unafraid before beasts. The name Hercules drifted through Thebes with growing weight, half in wonder, half in unease. He was becoming known before he had learned who he was. And somewhere beyond the sky, a goddess listened, patient and intent, as the boy who would one day shake the world continued to grow too fast for it. The day Hercules left Thebes, the air was thin with quiet. Alcmene stood in the doorway of their home, watching her son gather the few things he was permitted to take. He was no longer a child in the way the city understood it. His shoulders had broadened. His movements carried a weight that made even grown men pause. Yet in his eyes there remained a softness that had not yet been worn away by the world. He was being sent to learn, not because he was ignorant, but because his strength had begun to frighten those around him. The elders of Thebes spoke in careful phrases, of discipline and refinement, of shaping what had been given too freely. What they meant was simpler. They hoped that somewhere, far from familiar walls, Hercules might become less dangerous. So he was sent to Chiron. The centaur lived in the quiet hills where stone met sky, far from the noise of cities. He was neither fully beast nor fully man, and in that division lay a rare kind of wisdom. Chiron had taught heroes before. He understood what it meant to carry something within oneself that did not fit easily into the world. Hercules arrived without ceremony. No procession marked his coming. No songs were sung. The boy who had been too much for Thebes stepped into a place that did not ask him to be smaller. Chiron did not greet him with awe. He looked at the young hero the way a craftsman looks at raw material, measuring not only its strength, but its flaws. He saw the tension in Hercules' stance, the way power coiled in him without knowing where to go. "You are not here to become stronger," Chiron told him. Hercules did not answer. He had never known how to speak when words felt too thin. So they began with silence. Days passed in training that was nothing like what Hercules expected. There were no contests of brute force, no endless lifting of stones. Chiron taught him to listen to the wind, to track the subtle signs of movement through leaves and dust. He taught him music, placing a lyre in hands that had crushed serpents, asking them to learn delicacy. At first, Hercules broke strings, then slowly he learned not to. In the quiet of the hills, he discovered something unsettling. Strength could be shaped. It did not have to spill out in every direction. Through music and poetry, he began to feel the rhythm beneath the world, a pattern that guided even the most violent of forces. Yet Chiron did not neglect the body. He taught Hercules the art of war, not as chaos, but as discipline. How to hold a spear without letting anger guide it. How to stand, how to breathe, how to strike only when the moment was right. Each lesson was a reminder that power without awareness is blind. Hercules absorbed it all with a hunger that surprised even his teacher. It was as though he had been waiting for someone to show him how to exist inside his own skin. Still, there were moments when the old unease returned, when a mistake turned into a crack in stone, when frustration flared and the hills felt too small to contain him. Chiron watched these moments carefully. He did not scold. He simply waited, allowing the boy to see the aftermath of his own force. Such lessons leave marks that do not fade. Far away, Hera watched this shaping with interest. The child was being given tools, not only weapons but ways of thinking. He was learning to become more than a beast of strength. Yet to Hera, this was not a threat. It was an invitation. The more refined he became, the more there would be to lose. A mind capable of reflection can suffer more deeply. As Hercules grew under Chiron's guidance, he began to sense the weight of his own potential. He learned of history, of heroes who had come before him, of how stories were remembered long after bodies turned to dust. Something stirred in him at those tales, a feeling he could not quite name. Not ambition, not pride. A quiet awareness that his life was moving toward something larger than himself. Chiron saw it too. He knew that he was not training a simple warrior. He was shaping a force that would one day be unleashed upon the world, whether anyone was ready or not. In the evenings, when the hills fell into shadow, Hercules would sit alone and play the lyre, the notes drifting into the dark. In those moments, he was neither god nor monster, neither threat nor hero. He was simply a young man, trying to understand the strange gravity pulling him forward. The lessons were only beginning. And somewhere beyond the stars, the future was already turning toward him. The hills were quiet when it happened. A pale morning light lay across the stones outside Chiron's dwelling, soft and indifferent. Birds moved through the trees without fear, unaware that something within that stillness was about to fracture. Hercules had been practicing since dawn, working through the slow discipline Chiron had drilled into him. Each movement was measured, each breath held in check. Yet beneath that control, something restless stirred. The music lesson came later. Chiron believed that a mind shaped by rhythm could temper even the wildest force. So he had placed Hercules under the guidance of Linus, a gifted teacher whose hands could coax beauty from strings and silence alike. Linus was a man of patience, though even patience has edges. Hercules tried. He always tried. His fingers were thick, his touch heavy. The lyre resisted him, its fragile frame creaking beneath his grip. Notes came out harsh, broken. What was meant to be harmony felt like failure, again and again. Linus corrected him softly at first, then with increasing sharpness. "Gentler," he said. "Listen before you move." Hercules nodded, his jaw tight. He slowed his hands, tried to soften the pressure. The string snapped. A sudden sound, small but final. Something in him snapped with it. The world narrowed to the shape of Linus's voice, the quiet judgment in his eyes. Hercules felt the familiar heat rise inside his chest, the old force that had never truly learned how to wait. It was not rage alone, it was shame. The weight of being too much, too clumsy, too incapable of fitting into the spaces others moved through with ease. Linus spoke again. Hercules did not hear the words. He felt only the rising pressure, the sense that he was being closed in upon by his own failure. Without fully knowing what he was doing, he reached for what was closest. The lyre became a weapon. One motion, one terrible moment of unmeasured strength. Linus fell. The sound his body made when it struck the ground was not loud. It was soft, almost gentle. The kind of sound that might be missed if one were not listening for it. Hercules stood frozen, the broken instrument still in his hands, and the heat drained from him all at once, leaving behind a hollow cold. He looked down at the man, who had been standing moments before, now unmoving, his eyes open and unseeing. Blood spread slowly across the pale stone. The world did not end. It simply became something else. Chiron came running, but there was nothing to be done. Mortals are delicate things. Even the smallest misjudgment can undo them. Hercules knelt beside Linus, shaking, unable to understand how quickly a life could be erased. He had not meant to kill. Yet meaning is a fragile defence against consequence. The hills seemed to draw away from him, as though even the earth were uncertain how to hold what he had become. Chiron did not speak for a long time. He watched the young hero with eyes that held neither condemnation nor comfort. "This is what your strength can do," he finally said. Hercules lowered his head. The words were not cruel, they were simply true. For the first time, the boy who had crushed serpents in his cradle understood the cost of the power he carried. Not in theory, in flesh and blood, in the stillness of a man who would never rise again. He fled, not because Chiron sent him away, but because the air around him had become unbearable. Hercules ran into the hills, into the trees, away from the quiet accusation of the dead. His breath came in ragged bursts, his thoughts a blur of shock and disbelief. The gods watching took note. Hera felt a subtle shift, a deepening of the pattern she had begun to weave. The child had tasted what he was capable of, and that knowledge would never leave him. Guilt in the ancient world was not a feeling. It was a shadow that followed a person everywhere. Zeus felt it too. Not triumph, not grief, but a recognition that his son's path was already darkening. Each step forward would now carry the weight of what lay behind. Hercules did not know where he was going. He only knew he could not stay. The first blood was on his hands, and it would not wash away. Somewhere, in the quiet spaces between the trees, the future waited. The road away from the hills did not lead anywhere in particular. Hercules walked it with no destination, only distance. Each step carried him farther from the place where blood had darkened stone, farther from the quiet eyes of Chiron, farther from the moment when his own strength had become something he could no longer pretend was harmless, The world around him was wide and indifferent, fields rolling into forests, forests thinning into open land. No one followed him. No one called his name. For the first time, he was alone with what he had done. The memory of Linus lay heavy in his mind, not as a face or a voice, but as a stillness, a sudden absence where something living had been. Hercules tried to think of it as an accident, as a misstep, but the truth pressed in on him from all sides. He had struck. He had not held back, and the world had answered with silence. Such knowledge changes a person. He wandered for days, sleeping beneath trees, drinking from cold streams, letting the dust of the road settle into his skin. With each mile, the noise inside him softened, replaced by a quieter, deeper weight. He was no longer simply the boy who had been too strong for Thebes. He was now someone who had taken a life. The gods did not speak to him. If Hera watched, she did so in silence. If Zeus felt the tremor of his son's sorrow, he did not ease it. There was a crossing that could not be guided from above. Hercules was stepping into the part of his story that belonged to him alone. Eventually, he reached a place where the land opened into cultivated fields and low stone walls. People worked there, bent beneath the ordinary labour of survival. They looked up when he passed, their expressions shifting from curiosity to caution. A man of his size and presence was never invisible. He did not stay. Something in him resisted the idea of being watched, of being known. Yet the farther he travelled, the more he felt the pull of a different desire. Not to disappear, but to become something else. To live. Not as a weapon, not as a portent, as a man. That thought came to him slowly, not as a plan, but as a longing. He had been shaped by prophecy, by gods, by powers that did not ask his consent. Perhaps the only choice left to him was to refuse the role they seemed to be writing. So he turned back toward Thebes. When he returned, the city felt smaller than it once had. The walls that had held his childhood now seemed narrow, fragile. Yet there was something in their familiarity that steadied him. Alcmene wept when she saw him. Amphitryon placed a hand on his shoulder, heavy with words that were not spoken. No one spoke of Linus. The silence around that name was its own kind of judgment. Hercules did not argue. He did not explain. He accepted the weight of what he had done and folded it into himself. In the old world, there were no clean ways to atone. One lived, carrying what one had become. It was then that he chose Megara. She was a princess of Thebes, gentle and composed, her presence a quiet counterpoint to his restless force. To take her as his wife was not merely an act of love. It was an attempt to anchor himself to the mortal world, to weave his life into the simple, enduring patterns of family and home. Marriage, in those days, was not romance. It was a binding, a way of saying that one belonged somewhere. Hercules wanted to belong. With Megara, he built a life that did not look like a hero's tale. He became a husband, then a father. The days filled with small routines, with the sounds of children, with the slow accumulation of ordinary time. For a while it was enough. The gods receded into the distance. The stories quieted. Hercules' hands, once instruments of destruction, learned to hold what was fragile. In those moments, he could almost believe that the prophecy had been wrong, that he could be neither monster nor myth, but simply a man walking a human road. Yet beneath the surface of that peace, something waited. Not a threat, not a warning, a memory of what he was. Hera watched this life with a patience that had no hurry. The deeper the hero sank into happiness, the more there would be to take from him. Even the gentlest fire leaves ash. And so Hercules lived, unaware that the quiet he had chosen was only a brief pause in a much longer descent. The years settled over Thebes like soft dust. Not all at once, not with any clear moment of change, but slowly, layer by layer, until the past felt distant and the present seemed to stand on its own. Hercules grew into his place among the people of the city, not as a hero spoken of in hushed tones, but as a man known by sight, by voice, by the simple rhythms of daily life. He walked the same streets each morning. He greeted the same neighbours. He returned each evening to a home that waited for him. Megara was there. She had learned the weight of his silences, the way his gaze sometimes drifted toward nothing, as if listening for something only he could hear. She did not ask. In the old world, questions were often more dangerous than answers. Instead, she offered him what steadiness she could, a place where his strength was not feared, where his hands were welcomed. Their children came in time, small lives unfolding beneath a sky that seemed mercifully ordinary. Hercules held them with a care that bordered on reverence, as though he were always aware of how easily things could be broken. He had learned what one careless moment could do. In those small bodies, he found something like forgiveness. The gods were quiet. Even Hera did not press her will upon him. To an outside eye, it might have seemed that the Queen of Olympus had turned away, that the old feud had faded into something no longer urgent. Yet the ancient world was shaped by long waiting. Silence was often the most deliberate of acts. Hercules felt it only as a vague sense of being allowed to exist, to build, to love. He didn't know why this permission had been granted, and he did not ask. Peace, when it arrives, is rarely questioned. The city prospered under King Creon, Megara's father. There were no great wars to drag Hercules back into violence. Thebes breathed, steady and untroubled, and for a time that was enough. Hercules worked. He hunted. He repaired walls, settled disputes, lifted burdens that others could not. His strength found its place not in destruction, but in service. People came to rely on him, not as a figure of awe, but as someone dependable. It was a quiet form of respect. At night, he would sit beside Megara, listening to the soft sounds of their children sleeping. The world outside felt far away. Even the memory of blood on stone began to blur, as though it belonged to someone else. Yet memory does not vanish. It waits. There were moments, rare and fleeting, when Hercules would wake before dawn with a strange heaviness in his chest. No dream lingered, no clear image, only a sense of something approaching, distant but inevitable. He would rise quietly, not wanting to disturb the fragile peace of the house, and step outside into the cool air. The stars would watch him in silence. He did not know that Hera was watching as well. To her, this peaceful life was not a contradiction. It was a preparation. The boy who had crushed serpents and slain a teacher was now being given something far more precious than battle: a family. Love deepens vulnerability. It creates places where loss can strike most sharply. Hera understood that truth. She did not hate Megara. She did not despise the children. They were simply part of the structure that had been built around Hercules, a structure that could be undone. Zeus too saw this life from afar. He watched his son in moments of simple happiness and felt something like regret stir within him. This was what might have been if the gods had not entangled him in their designs. Yet even the king of Olympus could not reach down and protect such a fragile human piece. Fate, once set in motion, moves with a patience that rivals the gods. So the days passed. The laughter of children filled the house. The warmth of hearth and family wrapped around Hercules like a shelter. He allowed himself to believe that the worst was behind him. In the ancient world, such belief was never safe. Even as peace took root in Thebes, a subtle shift was already moving through the unseen currents of the world. Something was gathering, quiet and patient, waiting for the moment when the stillness would be deepest. And when that moment came, the silence would break. The night it began was indistinguishable from any other. A soft wind moved through the streets of Thebes. Lamps flickered behind shuttered windows. Within Hercules' home, Megara slept beside him, her breath slow and even. Their children gathered in quiet rooms beyond. The fragile architecture of peace held, unremarkable and complete. Hera chose this moment precisely because of that stillness. She did not descend in fury. No storm marked her presence. No thunder split the sky. Her power moved the way shadow moves, unnoticed, unresisted, already too close by the time it was felt. From Olympus, her will stretched toward the mind of Hercules, slipping into the narrow spaces between thought and memory. The human mind is not built to hold the divine. Hercules stirred in his sleep. A faint pressure gathered behind his eyes, a whispering unease that had no words. Dreams twisted, becoming something heavier, darker. Faces blurred. Familiar rooms took on a distorted shape, as though seen through water. Hera did not give him visions of her own making. She did something more subtle. She bent what was already there, the old fear of his strength, the memory of blood on stone, the unspoken dread that he might one day become a danger to those he loved. These things, buried but never gone, were drawn upward, sharpened, turned inward. The world Hercules woke into was no longer the one he knew. Megara reached for him, murmuring his name. Her touch felt wrong, distant, as if coming from somewhere else. The room seemed to tilt. Shadows deepened, pulling at the edges of his sight. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Hercules sat up, his heart pounding. In the flickering light, the shapes of the room no longer matched their memory. Where there should have been walls, there were figures. Where there should have been children, there were threats. The gods did not need to show him monsters. His own fear did the work. Hera watched as his mind began to turn against itself. Each breath became a struggle. Each glance brought a new distortion. The world had become a place of danger, and he was the only thing in it capable of responding. Megara spoke again, her voice rising with confusion and fear. To Hercules, it sounded like accusation, like warning, like the echo of every doubt he had ever carried about himself. He moved, not with intention, but with the reflex of someone who has always known how to strike. His strength, once held in careful restraint, poured out unchecked. The gentle space of his home became something else entirely, reshaped by the force of his panic. Cries filled the air. Whether they came from Megara, from the children, or from some imagined threat, Hercules could no longer tell. The world had collapsed into a single, blinding urgency. Survive. Hera did not guide his hands. She did not need to. The mind, once unmoored, becomes its own executioner. When the spell lifted, it did so without ceremony. The pressure behind Hercules' eyes receded. The distorted shapes fell back into their true forms. The room returned to itself, and in that sudden clarity he saw what he had done. Megara lay still. The children did not move. Blood darkened the floor, seeping into the cracks between stone. The quiet that followed was deeper than any he had ever known. No storm could have been louder. Hercules fell to his knees. The weight of the moment crashed down upon him with a force no weapon could match. His hands, which had once built and protected, now trembled as he stared at them in disbelief. He had become the very thing he had always feared, a danger to those he loved. Outside, Thebes slept, unaware that something beyond repair had just occurred. Inside, a family lay broken, and a man who had tried to live as a mortal stood at the centre of it. Hera watched from Olympus, her face unreadable. This was not victory, it was alignment. The child of Zeus had been returned to the path she had been preparing for him since before his birth. Love had been given. Now it had been taken. The space left behind would shape everything that followed. Zeus felt the moment too, though it came to him like a distant ache. Even he could not undo what had been done. Some acts, once completed, passed beyond the reach of gods. Hercules remained where he was, surrounded by the stillness of those who had been his world. His breath came in ragged waves. The truth pressed in from every side. Whatever he had hoped to be, it had ended here. Dawn came slowly, as though the sun itself were reluctant to look upon what the night had left behind. Light crept through broken shutters and fell across the floor of Hercules' home, touching blood, stone, and stillness with equal indifference. The city of Thebes began to wake beyond the walls, unaware that a family had been erased while it slept. Hercules had not moved. He remained where the madness had released him, kneeling among the bodies, his hands resting in his lap, as though they belonged to someone else. Hours passed without meaning. Time, which once seemed to flow forward with purpose, now felt suspended, trapped in the shape of a single unbearable moment. Megara's face was peaceful. That was what hurt most. There was no trace of fear left upon her features. No final question, no visible protest. It was as though she had been gently laid down rather than struck by something she could not understand. The children lay near her, small and silent, their forms already beginning to look less like life and more like memory. Hercules tried to remember the sound of their voices. It would not come. The house, once filled with warmth and movement, had become something hollow. Even the air felt thinner, as if the presence of death had drained it of substance. Each breath burned his chest. He could not tell if he was still alive, or if he had become something else entirely. When people finally came, they came cautiously. A servant had noticed the silence. A neighbour had sensed that something was wrong. Word spread quietly at first, then with growing urgency. Doors opened. Faces appeared. They did not enter at once. They stood at the threshold, staring at what lay inside. No one spoke his name. In the old world, some truths were too heavy to be given words. Hercules did not look up. He did not resist when they approached. He did not even seem to notice. The city that had once been his refuge now circled him like a stranger. Hera watched from afar. There was no satisfaction in this, only completion. The thread she had been pulling since before the boy's birth had finally tightened into its intended shape. The child who might have lived quietly among mortals had been forced back into the realm of legend, where sorrow and greatness cannot be separated. Zeus felt the weight of it more keenly than any god should. His son, whom he had wanted to protect, had been broken in the most irreversible way a mortal can be broken. There would be no undoing this. Even if the gods themselves knelt, the dead would not rise. Hercules remained silent as the reality of what he had done settled over the city. Some looked at him with fear, others with something like pity. No one could decide which was more fitting. He did not beg. He did not plead. When his eyes finally lifted, they were empty of tears. The grief was too deep for that. It lay beneath the surface, vast and unmoving, like a dark sea. In that gaze was the understanding that he had crossed a line from which there was no return. In the ancient world, a man who had slain his own blood was no longer fully part of the living. He carried with him a stain that could not be washed away by water or time. Hercules knew this. He accepted it. He rose slowly, standing among the ruins of his own life. The strength that had once built and protected now felt like a curse etched into his bones. There was no corner of the world far enough away to escape it. Yet he did not run. There is a moment after every great destruction when the survivors must decide what to do with what remains. Hercules' choice was made in silence. He would not hide. He would not deny what he had done. If there was any meaning left to be found, it would not be in forgetting. The bodies were taken away. The house was emptied. Thebes returned slowly to its routines. Markets opened. Voices rose. Life, indifferent and unyielding, continued. Yet something in the city had shifted. A story had been born that would not easily fade. Hercules stood alone beneath a sky that looked no different than it had the day before. That too felt like an accusation. Hera's work was not finished, but its foundation had been laid. The hero had been given a burden that no strength could lift. From this moment forward, everything he would do would be shaped by the weight of those he had lost. In the silence that followed, Hercules waited. For judgment, for exile, for whatever would come. The world had not yet decided what his suffering would become. Hercules woke as if surfacing from deep water. The world returned to him in fragments. Cold stone beneath his hands, the weight of air in his lungs, a distant murmur of voices that seemed to belong to another life. For a moment, he didn't know where he was, or why his body felt as though it had been emptied and refilled with something heavier. Then the smell reached him. Iron and ash. Old blood, dried into the cracks of the floor. Memory came back with a force that made him flinch. The night, the shattered calm, the faces that had belonged to his family. He closed his eyes, but it did not help. The images were no longer outside him. They were part of him now. Hercules pushed himself upright. He was in a small chamber near the palace, a place meant for waiting, not living. Someone had washed his hands. The stains were gone, but the feeling of them remained, as though his skin still remembered what it had done. He rose slowly, unsteady. The door stood open. No guards blocked his path. No chains bound his wrists. That absence felt more accusing than any restraint. Outside, Thebes was moving again. People passed by without looking at him. Some turned their faces away. Others paused, their expressions caught between fear and something quieter. Hercules did not meet their eyes. He did not know how to carry what he had become through the ordinary world. The city that had once been his home now felt like a place he was trespassing in. He walked without direction, letting his feet choose the path. Every sound seemed too loud. Every face felt like a reminder of what he had destroyed. When he reached the edge of the city, where the stones gave way to open ground, he stopped. Beyond the walls, the land stretched outward, wide and indifferent. The sky above it was pale, almost gentle. It was difficult to believe that anything so terrible could exist beneath something so calm. Hercules fell to his knees. The old world had no words for what he felt. It was not simply grief. It was not simply horror. It was a deep, crushing awareness that he had become something he could never escape. His strength, once a gift, had turned inward and devoured what he loved. He pressed his forehead to the earth, as though trying to feel something solid beneath him. There was no voice from the heavens, no thunder, no sign that the gods were watching. The silence was complete. Yet even in that silence, he knew what was expected of him. He could not remain. In the ancient world, blood demanded answer. A man who carried such a stain could not simply continue as if nothing had happened. There were rites and judgments and paths laid out for those who had crossed certain boundaries. Hercules had crossed them all. He rose again, slowly, with the unsteady resolve of someone who no longer believed in forgiveness. He would go to Delphi. He would place himself before the oracle of Apollo. Whatever judgment awaited him, he would not refuse it. This was not courage. It was surrender. Hera watched as he turned away from Thebes. The first phase of her design was complete. The hero had been stripped of the life he had chosen for himself. Now he would be forced into the life that had been waiting for him since before he was born. Zeus felt the movement too. A quiet pull toward the place where fates were spoken aloud. Even he could not intervene there. Delphi belonged to something older than any single god. Hercules walked alone beneath the open sky. Each step carried him farther from the man he had tried to be, closer to whatever the world would now demand of him. The road was empty, but it didn't feel lonely. It felt inevitable. Behind him lay a city that could no longer hold him. Ahead lay judgment. The earth was still damp beneath his feet, stained with the memory of blood. He did not look back. Hercules walked as though the road itself were a burden. Each step carried the weight of what could not be undone, and the land around him seemed to know it. Hills rose and fell beneath a pale sky. Dust clung to his feet. The world continued in its slow, indifferent rhythm, untouched by the ruin he carried within. He did not feel like a hero. He felt like a man who should no longer be here. The name Hercules, once spoken with wonder, now rang hollow in his ears. It had been given to him before he could speak, before he could choose. Now it followed him like an accusation, echoing through his thoughts with every breath. Glory of Hera. The irony lay heavy on him as he walked toward Delphi. If there was any order left in the world, it would be found there, in the place where the god of light spoke through human lips. He did not seek mercy. He did not even seek understanding. He sought an ending. The mountains closed in around the sacred path, their stone faces worn smooth by centuries of pilgrimage. Others had come here to ask for children, for victory, for guidance. Hercules came with nothing left to ask for at all. When he reached the temple, The air was thick with incense and murmured prayers. The Pythia, the oracle of Apollo, waited within, her eyes distant, her body already half surrendered to something beyond herself. Hercules did not hesitate. He stepped forward and knelt, lowering his head to the cold stone. "I am unclean," he said, his voice barely more than breath. "Tell me how to end it." The words fell into the quiet like stones into deep water. For a long moment nothing happened. Then the air shifted. The oracle's body tensed, and when she spoke, it was not in her own voice. "You will not die." The words were simple, but they carried the weight of a sentence. Hercules felt them settle over him like a net. He had come prepared for punishment, for exile, for death. To be denied, even that felt like a deeper cruelty. "You will serve." The god's voice continued, distant and impersonal. Hercules listened as though hearing from far away. Service, obedience, years bound to the will of another. These were not offered as redemption, but as necessity. The stain he carried could not be erased by his own hand, only by submission. "You will go to Eurystheus," the oracle said. "You will do as he commands." Eurystheus. The name struck him with a strange, bitter recognition. A king who owed his crown to a trick of timing, to a moment stolen before Hercules had even drawn breath. To serve such a man felt like a final humiliation. Yet Hercules did not protest. The part of him that might have resisted had died with his family. What remained was a man who no longer believed he had the right to choose. When he left the temple, the mountain seemed to lean inward, as though listening. The path before him was clear now, even if it was not kind. He would go where he was told. He would do what was required. If suffering was the only currency left to him, he would spend it freely. Hera watched from Olympus, her expression unreadable. This was the shape she had been waiting for. Not destruction, but control. Hercules, bound by guilt and obedience, would become something far more useful to the forces that opposed him than he ever could have been as a contented man. Zeus felt the quiet shift as well. His son had been reduced not by chains, but by his own conscience. Such bonds are stronger than iron. Hercules turned away from Delphi with no backward glance. The light on the mountains did not soften. The sky did not open. The world offered him nothing but the road. He did not know what Eurystheus would ask of him. He only knew that he would not refuse. There is a particular kind of sorrow that comes when a person stops hoping. It is not loud. It does not demand. It simply settles in, heavy and enduring. Hercules carried that sorrow with him as he walked, a constant companion that no distance could shake. He was alive, and that somehow felt like the deepest punishment of all. The road from Delphi wound downward through stone and shadow, as though leading Hercules away from the last place where the gods still spoke openly. Each step carried him farther from the echo of Apollo's voice, yet the words remained, heavy and unyielding. "You will serve." The mountain air thinned as he descended, but the weight within him did not. He had gone to the oracle seeking an end, and instead he had been given a task that stretched forward without visible limit. In the old world, service was not simply labour. It was a surrender of will, a binding of one's fate to another's command. For a man who no longer trusted himself, that surrender felt almost merciful. Hercules did not question the judgment. He did not argue its fairness. He only walked, carrying the decree like a mark burned into his spirit. The oracle had not spoken of forgiveness. It had not offered him relief from memory. It had given him a path, and that was enough. Eurystheus waited in Tiryns, a city smaller than Thebes, its walls thick and pale against the low hills. He was king there, though the crown sat uneasily upon him. His power had not come from conquest or wisdom, but from a quirk of fate shaped long before he could understand it. Hercules arrived without ceremony. No herald announced him. No crowd gathered. He entered the city as one more traveller, though his presence bent the air around him. People stepped aside as he passed, sensing the gravity of what moved among them. Eurystheus saw him from a high window, and felt something like dread tighten in his chest. This was the man who should have been king, the son of Zeus, the figure whose name had already begun to echo beyond any single city. To rule over such a being was not a triumph. It was a danger. When Hercules stood before him, Eurystheus did not rise. He sat upon his throne, small beneath its weight, and studied the figure who now knelt at his feet. There was no defiance in Hercules' posture, no pride, only a stillness that came from exhaustion deeper than the body. "I have been sent," Hercules said quietly. "I will do what you command." The words did not sound like submission. They sounded like resignation. Eurystheus hesitated. He had expected anger, perhaps, or at least resistance. Instead, he found himself facing a man who seemed already broken by something far greater than any king could impose. That made him uneasy. In the ancient world, power was a fragile thing. Those who held it feared those who did not seem to need it. Hercules' obedience did not comfort Eurystheus. It unsettled him. Yet the oracle's words could not be denied. If the gods had decreed this service, it would be carried out. So Eurystheus began to shape tasks for Hercules, not as trials meant to honour him, but as burdens meant to contain him. He chose them carefully. They would be dangerous, humiliating, and endless. They would keep Hercules far from Tiryns, far from any place where he might gather loyalty or admiration. The king would rule in the shadow of a hero who was never allowed to stand beside him. Hercules listened as the first of these tasks was spoken. He did not react. The details barely registered. All he heard was that there was something to be done, something that would require his strength, his endurance, his willingness to walk into danger without hope of reward. That was enough. Hera watched from Olympus, her intent woven into every word that passed between king and servant. This was not simply punishment. It was a reshaping of Hercules' life. Each labour would strip away another layer of the man he might have been, leaving behind only what the world demanded. Zeus watched too, though he could do nothing. The judgment of Delphi was not his to undo. The path had been set, and even the king of the gods was bound by it. Hercules left Tiryns with his first command, already heavy in his thoughts. The road stretched out before him once more, leading not toward peace, but toward a series of ordeals that would define him long after his name had been carved into stone. He did not know what waited. He only knew that he would walk toward it. The world had decided what he was to become, and he was too weary to resist. The road from Tiryns opened into a landscape that felt older than any city. Low hills rolled beneath a pale sky, their grass stirred by a wind that carried no warmth. Hercules walked through it with a strange quiet in his step, as though the world itself were listening to him now. The first command from Eurystheus rested within him like a sealed letter, its content still unfolding in his mind. Kill the Nemean Lion. The words were simple, their meaning was not. In the ancient world, monsters were never just beasts. They were shapes given to fear, to chaos, to the parts of the land that resisted being understood. To send Hercules against such a creature was not merely to risk his life. It was to test what he had become. Yet as he walked, Hercules did not think of glory, or even of danger. He thought of the oracle's voice, of the sentence that had been laid upon him. Service, obedience, a life measured not by choice, but by endurance. Somewhere behind him, the man who had once tried to live quietly with Megara and their children was fading. Each step forward carried him deeper into a world where suffering had structure, where pain was given form and called duty. The purpose of the labours was never spoken aloud. Eurystheus would later claim they were meant to cleanse Hercules of his stain, to purify him through hardship. Poets would say they were a path toward redemption. Yet in their first conception, they were something colder. They were a way to keep a dangerous figure busy, isolated, and expendable. Hera understood this well. By turning Hercules into an instrument of labour, she was ensuring that his life would be shaped by effort rather than by peace. Each trial would drive him farther from the ordinary world he had once tried to claim. Hercules felt the shape of this truth without naming it. He knew that these tasks were not meant to save him. They were meant to use him. And yet, he did not resist. For a man who no longer trusted himself, being used felt safer than being free. As he walked, memories rose unbidden. Megara's quiet voice, the warmth of his children's hands. These images came not to comfort him, but to remind him of what he had lost. Each labour would become a way to place distance between himself and those memories, to bury them beneath exhaustion and danger. The old world had always believed that suffering could reshape a person. Through pain, one might be refined, or broken, or remade into something more fitting for the stories that waited to be told. Hercules was being shaped now, not by his own will, but by the invisible hands of gods and kings. Zeus watched from afar, troubled by the path his son was being forced to walk. There had been a time when he had imagined Hercules as a bridge between worlds, a figure who might soften the harsh divide between mortal and divine. Now that bridge was being turned into a road of endless trials. Yet even Zeus could not deny the deeper pattern at work. The Greeks had always believed that greatness came from struggle. A hero who didn't suffer was not a hero at all. Hercules approached the edge of the wild lands where the Nemean Lion was said to roam. The air grew thick with the scent of stone and dry earth. Villages had been abandoned here, their walls broken, their fields left untended. The monster had turned this place into something uninhabitable, a pocket of fear carved into the landscape. Such places attract the stories that define a hero. Hercules stood at the threshold, feeling the weight of what lay ahead. He did not feel courage, he did not feel fear, only a steady readiness, born not of hope, but of acceptance. This was his work now, not to be loved, not to be remembered, to endure. Hera felt the first threads of satisfaction tighten. The hero was moving deeper into the design she had set for him. Each labour would bind him more firmly to the role of the suffering champion, the figure who bore the burdens of the world without ever being allowed to rest within it. Hercules took his first step into the shadowed land. The story of the labours had begun. Eurystheus did not sleep easily. Even before Hercules left Tiryns, a quiet unease had taken root in him. It was not simply fear of the man's strength. It was the deeper discomfort of ruling in the presence of someone who did not need to rule at all. Power, in the ancient world, was as much about perception as command. To be king was to be seen as such. Hercules made that difficult. From the moment he had knelt before the throne, Eurystheus had felt the imbalance. The hero's submission did not restore the proper order. It exposed how fragile that order truly was. A king who must be obeyed by decree, not by respect, is always aware of the thinness of his crown. So Eurystheus watched Hercules depart with a strange mixture of relief and resentment. Relief, because the city would be free of that overwhelming presence. Resentment, because the hero would now be doing the work that would make his name grow beyond any throne. The first labour had been chosen not only for its danger, but for its symbolism. The Nemean Lion was a creature that no ordinary weapon could harm. To send Hercules against it was to force him into a confrontation with something as invulnerable as he himself seemed to be. If he died, the problem would solve itself. If he lived, Eurystheus would claim the victory. This was how kings survived the presence of legends. Within Tiryns, Eurystheus ruled from behind thick walls. He did not ride out to meet threats. He did not lead armies. He governed through orders and distance, trusting that stone and protocol would keep him safe from the chaos of the world beyond his gates. Yet Hercules' shadow reached even here. People spoke of him quietly in the markets, in the narrow streets where rumour moves faster than any decree. They did not speak of Eurystheus in the same way. A king may hold power, but a hero holds imagination, and imagination is hard to contain. Eurystheus felt that truth pressing against him with every passing day. Each story of Hercules' strength, each whisper of what he might become, made the throne feel smaller beneath him. Hera saw this with interest. The king's fear was a useful thing. It sharpened his cruelty, made him more willing to devise tasks meant not just to test Hercules, but to diminish him. A frightened ruler is easily guided, especially when he believes his fear is his own. And so Eurystheus began to shape the labours not as trials of virtue, but as instruments of control. They would be demeaning. They would force Hercules into the dirt, into filth, into danger without honour. The world would see him not as a noble figure, but as a tool, a beast of burden harnessed to the will of a lesser man. Hercules, far from Tiryns, knew nothing of these calculations. Yet he felt their weight in the shape of the tasks he was given. There was no elegance in them. No sense that they were meant to teach him something. They were simply demands, stark and unyielding. This, too, was a form of punishment. The ancient Greeks understood that humiliation cuts deeper than wounds. To strip a powerful figure of dignity is to erode the foundation of who they are. Eurystheus did not want Hercules to grow into something greater than himself. He wanted him worn down. Zeus watched the king's growing hostility with a quiet anger he could not express. Yet even he could not step into the mortal world to correct such a wrong. The labour had been decreed. The chain had been forged. Hercules would feel the weight of Eurystheus' fear in every command. As the days passed, reports began to return to Tiryns. The Nemean Lion had been found. The land around it was trembling with the approach of something unstoppable. Eurystheus listened to these stories with a tight, uneasy smile. Let the hero bleed, he thought. Let the world see that even the son of Zeus can be brought low. Hera listened too, her gaze steady and patient. The game she had set in motion was unfolding exactly as she had intended. A hero bound by guilt. A king bound by fear. Each pulling the other deeper into a pattern that would not easily break. And somewhere in the wild, Hercules moved toward his first true trial, unaware of how much the small heart of a frightened ruler already hated him. The road that carried Hercules back toward Tiryns felt longer than the one that had taken him away. Dust clung to his skin. The marks of the wild still traced his body, reminders of the places he had passed through and the things he had faced. Though the labour itself was not yet complete, the shape of his service had already begun to settle over him, heavy and unyielding. Chains are not always made of iron. Some are forged from obligation, from words spoken in sacred places, from guilt that does not loosen its grip. Hercules walked beneath the open sky, yet he felt bound more tightly than any prisoner. When he reached the outskirts of the city, the walls of Tiryns rose pale and unwelcoming. They had been built to keep danger out. Now they felt like something meant to keep him contained. Guards watched him pass with a careful distance, unsure whether to bow or retreat. Eurystheus waited within. The king did not greet Hercules at the gate. He remained seated in his hall, surrounded by stone and courtiers, letting the hero be brought before him like a thing summoned rather than a man who had chosen to return. The ritual of it mattered. It placed Eurystheus above him, even if only in gesture. Hercules knelt. There was no hesitation. No trace of the man who had once tried to build a quiet life. He had accepted his place in this structure of command and obedience, though it left a bitter taste in him. Eurystheus studied him, his eyes lingering on every mark left by the journey. He did not ask how the labour had gone. He did not offer any word of acknowledgement. Instead he nodded, as though Hercules were no more than a messenger returning from an errand. In that silence, the imbalance between them grew sharper. The court watched, uncertain. They could feel the tension between king and hero, though neither spoke it aloud. Hercules' presence filled the room in a way that made the throne seem small. Eurystheus sensed it too, and it stirred something uneasy within him. This man, even on his knees, was too much. So Eurystheus tightened the chain. He spoke of duty, of orders yet to come, of the next task already waiting. There would be no rest, no return to any semblance of a personal life. Hercules' existence would now be measured only by what he was commanded to do. Each word pressed another invisible link around him. Hera watched from Olympus, her gaze calm. This was what she had been shaping since the night of the Serpents. The hero was no longer free to define himself. He was being turned into something owned by others. Zeus felt the weight of it with a quiet sorrow. His son, born with the potential to move between worlds, was now trapped within a narrow corridor of obligation. Yet even Zeus could not sever those chains. The oracle's decree had bound Hercules more tightly than any god could undo. When Hercules rose and turned to leave, the silence of the court followed him. No one cheered, no one spoke his name. He passed through the halls as a shadow passes through light, leaving behind only a faint disturbance. Outside, the sky was wide and pale. He paused for a moment, as though feeling the vastness of it against his skin. There was still a world beyond these walls, still mountains and seas and quiet places where no one knew his name. Yet he knew he could not go to them. His path was no longer his own. The next labour waited. The chain would pull him back again. In the old world, heroes were often praised for their freedom, for their wandering lives beyond the reach of ordinary law. Hercules was learning something different. That even the greatest strength can be confined, not by force, but by the weight of responsibility imposed by others. He walked away from tyrants, not toward adventure, but toward the next demand that would shape him further into the figure the gods and kings needed him to be. Hera watched him go, patient and intent. The chains were holding. The road away from Tiryns was pale with dust and sunlight. It stretched out before Hercules like a quiet promise that meant nothing at all. He had walked many roads in his life, but none had felt as narrow as this one. Each step now led deeper into a world that no longer allowed him to turn aside. The chains he carried were not visible, yet they guided him more surely than any iron. The city fell behind him, its walls shrinking into the distance. There was no sense of farewell. No one watched him go. The silence of that departure felt heavier than any crowd. Hercules did not know which labour awaited him next. He only knew that there would always be another. Eurystheus had discovered the power of endless demand, and Hera had given him reason to use it. This was not a path with a destination. It was a path designed to be walked until there was nothing left to walk with. As he moved through open fields and low hills, the world began to feel strangely distant. He passed villages that barely looked up when he went by. To them, he was just another traveller, another figure moving through the landscape. The legend of Hercules had not yet caught up with him here. For a moment, that anonymity felt almost gentle, yet even that small mercy could not last. Inside him, the memories of what he had lost were never quiet. They did not rise as sharp images anymore. They had become something heavier, a constant presence that coloured every thought. He had tried to outrun them once, to build a life that might soften their edges. That life was gone. The road ahead was not meant to replace it. In the old stories, heroes are often shown standing at crossroads, choosing between paths. Hercules no longer had such moments. The oracle had chosen for him. Eurystheus had given that choice a shape. Hera had given it purpose. Even Zeus, watching from afar, couldn't reach into this narrow corridor of fate. Hercules felt this narrowing in his own body. The range of what he might become was shrinking. Each labour would define him more clearly, pressing him into a single form. The one who endures, the one who bears, the one who survives. It was not a form that left room for anything else. As the sun lowered, shadows lengthened across the road. Hercules stopped beside a small stream, letting the water run over his hands. The coolness was a brief relief, though it did nothing to ease what lay beneath his skin. He watched the current move past him, carrying leaves and dust away without hesitation. Once, he had believed that time might do the same for him. Now, he knew better. Hera's gaze followed him, unblinking. This was the stage she had been preparing for since the night he was born. The hero was stepping fully into the world that had been designed to test not just his strength, but his capacity to suffer. To her, this was not cruelty, it was order. Zeus, too, watched. He could see the road narrowing around his son, could feel the weight of what was being asked of him. Yet even the king of the gods could not break the pattern that had been set. Fate, once engaged, does not yield easily. Hercules rose from the stream and continued on. The land grew wilder with each mile, the marks of human life thinning until only stone and scrub remained. The world he was entering was one that did not care for kings or gods. It cared only for survival. Such places shaped those who walked through them. Ahead lay the realm of the first true labour, where the Nemean Lion waited in the shadows. Hercules could not yet see it, but he felt the weight of its presence, like a dark knot in the fabric of the world. This was the threshold. Beyond it, there would be no return to what he had been. The labours would not simply test him. They would become him. Hercules took another step forward, leaving behind the last traces of the life he had once hoped to live. The road closed behind him without a sound. The hills of Nemea were scarred by silence. Not the gentle quiet of early morning, but a deeper stillness, as though the land itself had learned not to breathe too loudly. Broken fences lay half buried in tall grass. Abandoned fields had surrendered to weeds and stone. Even the birds seemed to avoid this place, leaving it suspended beneath a pale sky, waiting. Hercules entered that waiting. He moved with the cautious steadiness of someone who had learned that even open ground can hide danger. The air smelled faintly of dust and old blood, a reminder that others had tried to cross this territory and had not returned. Somewhere within these hills lived the creature he had been sent to face, a beast whose hide no blade could pierce. The Nemean Lion was not merely an animal, it was a boundary, a living wall that had closed this land to human life. Villages had emptied, roads had faded, and fear had settled where people once had been. Such creatures were born when the world resisted being claimed. Hercules felt its presence long before he saw it. A low vibration in the air, a heaviness in the ground beneath his feet, the sensation that something vast was watching from just beyond sight. He did not draw a weapon. He carried one, but he already knew it would not be enough. The lion emerged from a cleft in the rock as if drawn by his arrival. Its mane was thick and dark, its eyes bright with a cold, steady awareness. It did not roar. It did not rush. It regarded Hercules with the calm of something that had never known fear. The hide that covered its body gleamed like stone, reflecting the light without yielding to it. Two forces stood facing one another, one born of the wild, one shaped by gods and grief. Hercules raised his spear and threw it with all the force his body could summon. The weapon struck the lion's flank and shattered, splintering against the unyielding skin. A second blow followed, then a third. Each met the same fate, falling harmlessly to the ground. The lion did not flinch. In that moment, Hercules understood what this labour truly was. Not a test of skill, but a stripping away of all the methods he had relied upon. The world was asking him to face something without the protection of tools, to meet raw force with nothing but his own body. He dropped the remnants of his weapons. When the lion lunged, the ground shook beneath its weight. Hercules met it head-on, their collision echoing through the hills. Claws raked across his skin, leaving burning lines of pain. Teeth closed inches from his throat. He wrapped his arms around the creature's neck, feeling the heat of its breath, the strength of its struggle. There was no room for thought. Only pressure, only breath, only the slow tightening of muscle against muscle. The lion fought with the relentless power of something that had never been defeated. Hercules felt his own strength rise to meet it, a deep, terrible force that came not from anger, but from a will that refused to release its hold. Time seemed to stretch. The world narrowed to the space between their bodies. Stone bit into Hercules' knees. The lion's growl became a ragged sound, then a fading one. With a final convulsive shudder, the beast went still. Silence returned to the hills. Hercules remained where he was, his arms still locked around the fallen creature. He did not feel triumph. He felt only the echo of what he had done, the knowledge that something ancient and terrible had been extinguished by his hands. Blood darkened the grass beneath them. He released the lion and stepped back, his breath coming in heavy waves. The creature's body lay before him, massive and strangely peaceful now that its fury had left it. He looked at it not as a trophy, but as a boundary crossed. The land seemed to exhale. Somewhere far away, Hera took note. The first labour had been completed, not with weapons or cleverness, but with the raw force she had always known he carried. The hero was being shaped, not into something gentle, but into something inevitable. Zeus watched as well, feeling both pride and unease. His son had proven what the prophecy had promised, yet each proof came at the cost of another step away from the ordinary world. Hercules took the lion's hide in his hands. It was as impenetrable now as it had been in life. He draped it over his shoulders, not as a sign of victory, but as a necessity. In a world that offered him no shelter, he would wear the skin of what he had overcome. The hills of Nemea lay quiet once more, and Hercules, bearing the weight of his first true labour, turned back toward the road that would not release him. The marsh of Lerna lay low and heavy beneath a dim sky. Water pooled in stagnant sheets, reflecting no light, as though the surface itself were unwilling to look back at the world. Reeds whispered against one another in the faint wind, their dry voices sounding like something being quietly warned. Few creatures moved here. Those that did kept close to the ground, as if aware that something vast and patient waited just beneath the stillness. Hercules entered the marsh with careful steps. The lion's hide hung across his shoulders, its weight a reminder of what he had already faced. Yet this place felt different. The hills of Nemea had held a single threat, clear and defined. Lerna held many. The air itself seemed thick with a kind of watchful unease. The Hydra did not announce itself. It rose slowly from the dark water, one long neck at a time, until its many heads loomed above the reeds like a forest of living stone. Each mouth opened to reveal teeth slick with venom. Eyes glinted with a cold awareness that felt older than the land itself. This creature was not meant to be slain. It was meant to persist. Hercules felt the truth of that as he stepped closer. The Hydra was not a beast in the way the lion had been. It was a problem that could not be solved by force alone. Every head was a will, every movement a continuation of something that refused to end. He struck the first head with his club. It fell, severed cleanly, and for a brief moment the world seemed to hold its breath. Then from the wounded neck, 2 new heads began to grow, twisting upward with a wet, relentless motion. The marsh filled with their hissing. Hercules struck again, and again the same thing happened. Each victory multiplied the threat. The Hydra did not weaken. It spread. Frustration rose within him, sharp and immediate. His strength, which had crushed the lion, was now turning against itself. Every blow made the situation worse, not better. Somewhere far away, Hera watched with a quiet intensity. This was the shape of the trial she had intended. A force that punishes directness, that turns effort into complication. Hercules was being taught, in the harsh language of the world, that power without understanding can become its own enemy. The poison in the Hydra's breath burned Hercules' lungs as he fought. A spray of venom grazed his arm, leaving a deep, searing pain. He felt the heat of it spread beneath his skin, something dark and dangerous that did not fade with time. This wound would not leave him. Even now, it was becoming part of him. Hercules began to retreat, not in fear, but in thought. The marsh shifted beneath his feet, the water sucking at his weight. He could feel the many eyes of the Hydra tracking him, waiting for him to commit again to a strategy that would only deepen the chaos. Then he remembered the fire, the dry reeds, the way flame cleanses what cannot be cut. Calling upon the small measure of wisdom he had learned, Hercules lit a brand and returned to the beast. When he struck this time, he followed each blow with fire, cauterizing the wound before new heads could rise. The Hydra recoiled, its many voices merging into a sound that was neither pain nor anger, but something closer to recognition. It was being undone by something it could not multiply against. One by one, the heads fell and did not return. The marsh filled with smoke and the bitter scent of burning flesh. When only the central, immortal head remained, Hercules crushed it beneath a massive stone, sealing it away from the world. Silence crept back into Lerna. Hercules stood among the reeds, his breath heavy, his arm still burning where the venom had touched him. The Hydra was gone, but it had left something behind. A poison that would linger within him, waiting. The ancient world understood this kind of victory well. Some battles are not won cleanly. They leave marks that last longer than the struggle itself. Hera felt the satisfaction of that mark settling into place. The hero had learned something new, but he had also been wounded in a way that could not be healed. The Hydra would follow him now, not in body, but in blood. Zeus sensed it too, a dark thread woven into his son's future. Each labour was not only testing Hercules, it was shaping the manner of his eventual end. Hercules dipped his weapons into the Hydra's venom, knowing instinctively that even this deadly substance could become a tool. The marsh seemed to watch him with a quiet, wary stillness as he prepared to leave. The problem had been solved. The cost had only begun to reveal itself. He turned back toward the road, carrying both victory and poison with him, unaware of how deeply the two had become entwined. The forests of Arcadia breathed with a quieter rhythm. After the rot and smoke of Lerna, the air here felt almost gentle, filled with the scent of pine and wet earth. Light filtered down through high branches in narrow streams, touching moss and fallen leaves with a soft, wandering glow. It was a place that seemed untouched by the harsher hungers of the world, as though time itself moved more slowly beneath the canopy. Hercules entered it with care. The command he carried was unlike the others. He was not to kill. He was not to destroy. He was to capture a creature sacred to Artemis. A deer with hooves of bronze and antlers of gold, swift enough to outrun even the wind. To harm it would bring the wrath of a goddess whose domain was the wild itself. This labour was not about force, it was about restraint. The hind moved like a glimmer through the trees, Hercules would catch sight of gold between trunks, a flash of light, then nothing. It did not flee in panic. It fled because it was what it was meant to do. A living embodiment of untouchable grace. Hercules followed. Days passed, then weeks. He crossed streams and climbed ridges, always just behind the echo of its passage. The forest changed with the slow rhythm of the hunt. Morning dew gave way to midday heat, then to the cool hush of evening. Through it all, the hind remained just beyond his reach. In the quiet of that pursuit, something in Hercules began to shift. There was no enemy here to strike, no obstacle to break, only distance, patience, and the steady movement of something that refused to be owned. Each time he thought he was close, the hind would slip away again, leaving only the soft imprint of its hooves in the damp earth. The old restlessness stirred in him, the part of his strength that wanted to act, to end things, to bring the world into alignment through force. Yet he could not give in to it. To do so would mean not just failure, but sacrilege. So he learned to wait. The forest became a teacher in its own quiet way. He learned the patterns of birds, the places where light gathered, the subtle changes in the wind that marked the hind's passing. His movements grew slower, more deliberate. For once, his great strength was held in check not by guilt, but by necessity. Artemis watched from the unseen spaces between trees. She did not interfere. She simply observed this man, who moved through her domain with a care that surprised her. He did not trample. He did not tear down. He followed again and again, allowing the chase to become something closer to a conversation than a conquest. Hera watched too, though her gaze was colder. This labour was not meant to teach harmony. It was meant to exhaust. To stretch Hercules thin through endless pursuit, to show him a thing he could not simply take. And yet, even here, something was being shaped. When Hercules finally caught the hind, it was not through speed, but through timing. The creature had slowed by a stream, its breath rising in small clouds. Hercules approached carefully, his hand steady, and when he reached out, it was not with violence, but with a gentle firmness that left the animal unharmed. The moment held. The forest did not protest. The hind stood still, its golden antlers catching the light, its eyes calm and deep. Hercules felt the weight of what he was holding, not in his arms, but in the responsibility that came with it. Artemis appeared then, her presence cool and sharp as moonlight. She did not raise a weapon, she did not threaten. She only looked at Hercules, at the creature in his grasp, and at the strange gentleness in the way he held it. He told her of the oracle, of Eurystheus, of the path he had been forced to walk. His voice did not plead. It simply stated what was. Artemis listened. In the ancient world, even the gods recognized when a mortal was caught in something larger than himself. She allowed the hind to go with him, not as a surrender, but as a quiet acknowledgement of the weight he carried. Hercules turned back toward the road, the creature walking beside him, unresisting. The forest closed behind them, swallowing their path as though they had never been there. Another labour had been fulfilled, not through blood, through endurance. The mountains of Erymanthus rose like a wall of shadow against the pale sky. Their slopes were steep and jagged, broken by deep ravines where wind and ice had carved the stone into narrow, treacherous paths. Snow lingered along the higher ridges, even when the valleys below were green. A reminder that this land answered to colder, harsher laws than those of men. Somewhere within that wild, the boar waited. It was not simply a beast. It was a force, a living surge of fury that tore through villages and fields alike, leaving ruin in its wake. Its tusks were said to be thick as spears, its hide tough as iron. Farmers spoke of it in quiet voices, as though naming it too loudly might draw its attention. Hercules climbed into the mountains alone. The air thinned with every step. Each breath felt sharper, colder, as though the world itself were testing his resolve. He carried no fire this time, no trick of flame or cleverness. The boar would not be met with strategy. It would be met with endurance. The creature revealed itself with a sound that seemed to rise from the mountain itself. A deep, thunderous snort, followed by the crash of stone and snow as it charged through the brush. Hercules turned just in time to see it, massive and wild-eyed, its breath steaming in the cold air. The ground shook beneath its weight. Hercules did not strike. He ran, not in fear, but in understanding. To meet the boar head-on would be to invite destruction for both of them. Instead, he let it chase him up the narrowing paths, into the higher slopes where snow lay deep and loose. The boar followed, driven by its own relentless rage. Step by step, Hercules led it higher, where the air grew thin and the ground uncertain. His legs burned with effort. The cold bit into his skin. Yet he did not slow. This was not a contest of speed, it was a contest of will. At last, they reached a plateau where the snow lay thick and heavy. The boar's hooves sank deep with every movement, its charge slowing, its fury turning clumsy. Hercules turned then, facing it at last, and met its eyes with a steady gaze. The animal lunged. Hercules caught it. The impact drove him back several steps, the weight of the creature crashing against his body. Its tusks scraped his side, leaving a line of pain. Yet he held, wrapping his arms around its neck, forcing its head downward into the deep snow. The boar struggled, its breath coming in ragged bursts. Snow filled its nostrils. Its strength, so terrible in open ground, began to falter beneath the weight of the cold. Hercules did not strike. He simply held. Slowly the creature's movements weakened. Its rage, which had once been its power, became its undoing. At last it stilled, trapped not by wounds, but by exhaustion. Silence settled over the mountain. Hercules stood there, his breath clouding the air, his arms still wrapped around the subdued beast. He felt no triumph, only a strange, quiet understanding. Even the fiercest force can be undone by patience. Hera watched from afar, her expression unreadable. This labour, like the others, was carving something new into the hero. He was learning that not every victory came from destruction. Some came from containment, from guiding chaos until it could no longer sustain itself. Zeus, too, felt the subtle shift. His son was becoming something different from the brute of prophecy. Yet even this refinement carried its own danger. A man who can control monsters is still a man marked by them. Hercules bound the boar with heavy ropes and began the long descent from the mountain. The creature followed behind him, subdued but alive, its wildness held in check by the limits of its own body. The journey back to Tiryns was slow. Villagers stared as he passed, their eyes wide with a mix of awe and unease. This was not the sight of a slain beast, but of something far more unsettling. A force brought low without being destroyed. When Hercules reached the gates of the city, Eurystheus didn't come out to meet him. The king watched from behind stone and iron, his fear deepening at the sight of what had been delivered to him. Hercules turned away once more, already feeling the pull of the next command. The mountains of Erymanthus lay quiet behind him, their echoes fading into memory. Another labour had been endured. The land of Elis lay wide and low beneath a pale, restless sky. Fields stretched toward distant hills, broken only by the dark lines of fences and the slow movement of cattle. It was a fertile place, shaped by patient labour and steady seasons. Yet, at its heart lay something deeply wrong, a corruption that had been allowed to grow until it could no longer be ignored. The stables of King Augeas. For years, his herds had multiplied beyond counting, filling his lands with wealth. Yet the place where those animals were kept had never been cleaned. Dung lay piled in great mounds, thick and rank, fouling the air and seeping into the earth. Streams that once ran clear now carried filth. The soil itself had begun to sicken. This was the labour given to Hercules, not a monster, not a beast. A task that would place him not against violence, but against neglect. When he arrived, Augeas greeted him with a thin smile. The king's eyes held calculation, not respect. He had heard of Hercules' strength, of the creatures he had subdued. To him, this was a chance to use that power for something that would not bring honour, only exhaustion. "If you can cleanse these stables in a single day," Augeas said, "you may take 1/10 of my herds." The offer was a lie shaped like generosity. No one believed the stables could be cleansed at all. Hercules walked among the filth, the stench pressing against his breath. This was not the kind of labour that could be conquered by muscle alone. To shovel such a vast corruption would take years, not hours. Yet as he stood there, something in him stirred. Not force, understanding. The ancient world knew that some problems are not meant to be attacked head-on. They require a change in direction, a reimagining of how things are allowed to flow. Hercules looked to the rivers. 2 streams ran near the stables, clear and swift, held back only by low embankments. He did not hesitate. Taking up his tools, he broke the barriers and guided the water toward the filth. The rivers answered. They surged through the stables, carrying away what had been allowed to accumulate for so long. Dung, waste, decay, all were swept out in a single, relentless current. By the time the sun began to sink, the stables stood clean, their floors bare, their air clear once more. The corruption had been washed away not by strength, but by redirection. Augeas stared in disbelief. This was not what he had expected. The task had been completed, yet it had brought Hercules no humiliation. It had shown something else entirely, that the hero was capable of seeing beyond brute effort into the deeper patterns of how the world moves. Hera watched this with a narrowing gaze. This labour had not weakened Hercules in the way she had intended. It had revealed a different kind of power, one that could unsettle the structures built by men who believed wealth excused neglect. Zeus, too, took note. His son was not merely enduring the labours. He was changing the meaning of them. Augeas refused to pay what he had promised. He accused Hercules of deceit, of having used trickery rather than strength. In the ancient world, rulers often used such words to disguise their own unease. The labour had been done, that was undeniable. Yet the king couldn't bear to reward the man who had exposed the rot at the centre of his wealth. Hercules did not argue. He turned away from Elis without his promised reward, carrying with him the quiet knowledge that not all victories are recognised by those they threaten. The stables stood clean behind him, their emptiness a stark contrast to the corruption they had held. The land began, slowly, to heal. Hera felt the shape of the game shifting. The hero was not becoming smaller. He was becoming something more difficult to control. The road called him onward. There were still many labours to come. The lake of Stymphalian lay like a sheet of darkened glass beneath a muted sky. Its surface barely stirred, though a restless tension seemed to ripple through the air above it. Reeds clustered thick along the shore, hiding what moved within, and the distant hills were marked by a silence that felt deliberately held. Hercules approached with careful steps. The land around the lake had been abandoned. Crops had withered where fields once stretched. The sky itself seemed to shy away from this place, as though something within it had claimed the air. The Stymphalian birds, said to have bronze beaks and metal feathers, nested here, descending upon the countryside in sudden, slicing storms. They were not merely creatures, they were a swarm, a living tempest that turned the open sky into a weapon. Hercules stood at the edge of the reeds, listening. At first, there was nothing but the faint whisper of wind through grass. Then a single metallic sound cut through the quiet, sharp, and deliberate. Another followed. Soon the air filled with a low, trembling chorus, like distant bells struck by unseen hands. The birds were stirring. Hercules knew better than to step blindly into the marsh. He remembered the Hydra, the way force alone had multiplied danger. Here, the threat did not wait in one place. It hovered above, ready to fall. He reached for the bronze castanets Athena had once given him, small instruments meant not for music, but for disturbance. When he struck them together, the sound rang out across the lake, echoing off water and stone. The effect was immediate. The reeds exploded with motion. Wings of metal burst upwards, filling the sky with a sudden, blinding flurry. Hundreds of birds rose at once, their sharp cries merging into a single piercing roar. Feathers flashed like falling blades as they circled, confused and enraged by the unfamiliar sound. The air turned dangerous. Hercules raised his bow. He did not aim at individual birds. That would have been useless. Instead, he loosed arrows into the mass, forcing the swarm to break and scatter. Each shaft that struck sent a creature tumbling into the water below, where its heavy body dragged it beneath the surface. The lake darkened with their fall. The birds swooped and darted, their metal feathers slicing the air close to Hercules' skin. One grazed his shoulder, leaving a thin line of blood. Another cut through his cloak, the sound of tearing cloth sharp and sudden. Yet he did not retreat. With steady focus, Hercules continued to strike, driving the swarm away from the lake. Gradually, the sky began to clear. The birds, their order broken, fled into the distance, carrying their threat with them. Silence returned. The lake lay still once more, its surface rippling only where the fallen birds had disappeared beneath it. The reeds swayed gently, as though nothing had happened. Hercules lowered his bow, his breath slow and controlled. The labour had not required the crushing force of the lion or the patience of the hind. It had required awareness, an understanding of how to move within a storm rather than against it. Hera watched from Olympus, her expression thoughtful. Each labour revealed a new facet of the hero she had tried to confine. He was becoming not just strong, but adaptable, learning to meet the world's many shapes with something more than brute strength. Zeus felt a quiet stirring of pride, though it was tempered by the knowledge that every victory carried Hercules deeper into the web of trials that would never truly release him. The land around Stymphalius began to change. With the birds gone, the sky felt wider, the air lighter. Slowly life would return to this place. Farmers would reclaim their fields. The lake would once again reflect a living world rather than a threat. Hercules did not linger to see it. He turned back toward the road, already feeling the familiar pull of the next command. Each labour left something behind, not only in the world, but within him. The scars of metal feathers, the memory of wings cutting through the air, would join the growing collection of things he carried. The lake faded behind him, becoming just another place where danger had once lived. And somewhere ahead, the next trial waited, unseen but inevitable. The sea carried Hercules toward Crete on a slow, uneven rhythm. Waves rolled beneath the small vessel, lifting and lowering it as though testing its resolve. Salt clung to the air, sharp and restless, and the horizon lay wide and empty, offering no sense of direction beyond the quiet certainty that land waited somewhere ahead. Hercules stood near the prow, his gaze fixed on the distant line where water met sky. Crete rose from the sea like a pale dream. Its cliffs shone beneath the sun, and beyond them lay fields and palaces shaped by a different order of power. This was the island of King Minos, a place where human rule and divine influence had long been entwined. Somewhere within its borders roamed the Cretan Bull, a creature once sent by the gods and now turned wild. The bull had not always been a curse. It had been given to Minos as a sign of divine favour, a creature meant for sacrifice, a bridge between mortal devotion and immortal will. Yet it had not been offered. It had been kept, admired, allowed to wander. In time, what had been sacred became dangerous, its strength no longer guided by reverence. Hercules felt that history in the air as he stepped onto the island. This was not simply another beast to subdue. It was a reminder of how neglect turns blessings into threats. The bull revealed itself in a wide open field, its white hide glowing beneath the sun. Its breath steamed, though the day was warm, and its eyes burned with a fierce, unyielding presence. The ground bore the scars of its passing, deep furrows carved by hooves that could not be contained. It did not flee when Hercules approached. It charged. The earth shook as it thundered forward, horns lowered, its power a living force that seemed to carry the weight of the island itself. Hercules braced, feeling the impact travel through his bones as the bull struck him. He staggered, then held, his hands finding the creature's horns in a grip that was both violent and precise. They struggled in a dance of opposing wills. The bull pushed with all the strength it had been allowed to grow into. Hercules met it with a force shaped by countless trials, his feet digging into the soil, his muscles straining beneath the lion's hide. Neither yielded. The air filled with dust and breath. Slowly, inch by inch, Hercules began to turn the creature's head, forcing it away from its charge. The bull bellowed, a sound of rage and defiance, but its movement faltered. Its power, once unchallenged, was being redirected. This was not a battle to be won by breaking. It was a battle to be guided. With a final surge of effort, Hercules forced the bull to the ground. Its massive body shuddered beneath him, then stilled, its fury spent. He didn't strike. He did not wound. He held it until its breath slowed and its strength ebbed into exhaustion. Silence fell over the field. The bull lay beneath him, no longer a force of destruction, but a living thing brought low by its own and unrestrained power. Hercules rose slowly, his breath heavy, his hands still tingling with the echo of the struggle. Hera watched from afar, her thoughts dark and measured. Each labour continued to shape Hercules into something both formidable and unsettling. He was not simply destroying what he faced. He was mastering it, bending chaos into something that could be carried. Zeus watched as well, aware of the deep pattern unfolding. The hero was becoming a figure who could hold even the most violent forces in check. Such a being could never be allowed true peace. Hercules led the bull back toward the waiting ship, its great body moving with reluctant obedience. The journey across the sea would return it to the mainland, where its fate would be decided by others. His task was only to bring it. As the vessel pulled away from Crete, the island receded into the distance, its cliffs fading into pale shadow. The bull stood quiet beside him, no longer raging, no longer free. Another labour had been completed, not through slaughter, through restraint. Hercules looked out across the water, feeling the familiar emptiness that followed each victory. The road ahead remained unchanged, stretching forward without promise or end. The sea carried him onward, toward whatever trial waited next. The land of Thrace felt harsher than the places Hercules had crossed before. Its winds cut colder, its soil darker and more stubborn, as though shaped by centuries of struggle. Low hills rolled beneath a sky that seemed always on the verge of storm, and the scattered villages carried a wary stillness, the kind that grows when danger has become ordinary. Here ruled Diomedes. He was a king, though his crown was worn not by honour but by fear. His stables lay beyond the town, surrounded by iron fences and guarded by men who spoke little. Within those walls were kept his mares, great and restless animals whose hunger had been turned into something monstrous. They fed on flesh, not by instinct, but by command. Diomedes had shaped them into instruments of his own cruelty, offering travellers and captives alike to their teeth. The beasts had learned to associate the presence of men with the promise of blood. In that twisted hunger, they became a reflection of the ruler who owned them. Hercules approached the stables under a dim sky. The air carried the sharp scent of iron and rot. Even before he saw the horses, he could hear them, their hooves striking the ground, their breath heavy with anticipation. They did not know him as a foe yet. To them, he was simply something new. Diomedes met him at the gates, his eyes narrow and curious. There was no warmth in his greeting, only the cold interest of someone who had never been made to answer for what he had done. "You have come for my horses," the king said. Hercules did not deny it. The ancient world often spoke of monsters as creatures apart from humanity. Yet here, standing before Diomedes, Hercules felt a different truth. Sometimes the most dangerous beasts are those who wear crowns. The struggle began not with the mares, but with their master. Diomedes did not yield his animals willingly. Words turned quickly into blows. Hercules felt the familiar surge of combat rise within him, the sharp clarity that came when there was nothing left to consider but survival. The king fought with the desperation of someone who had built his power on terror. His strikes were wild, driven by a need to maintain control. Hercules met them with a steadiness shaped by countless trials. When Diomedes fell, the ground seemed to accept him with a dull finality. The mares, sensing the sudden shift, grew restless. They pulled against their chains, their eyes bright with a hunger that had no restraint. Hercules turned to them, aware that their violence was not their own. They had been made this way. In a grim reflection of Diomedes' cruelty, Hercules brought the fallen king's body to the stables. The mares surged forward, their teeth and hooves striking against the iron. He did not turn away. The ancient world understood this kind of justice. Those who fed destruction would one day be consumed by it. When it was done, the mares stood still, their frenzy spent. Something in their gaze had changed. Without the hand that had shaped their hunger, they were simply animals again, though the memory of what they had been would not leave them easily. Hera watched from Olympus, her thoughts unreadable. This labour had shown Hercules something darker than any beast. It had shown him how cruelty, once given power, spreads outward, turning even innocent creatures into instruments of harm. Zeus felt the weight of it too. His son was being forced to confront not only monsters, but the ways in which human will can be more destructive than any wild force. Hercules led the mares away from Thrace, their great bodies moving quietly now, no longer straining against their chains. The land behind him felt less heavy, as though a long-held breath had been released. Yet the silence did not bring peace. Each labour carved deeper into him, leaving behind a growing understanding of how much darkness the world could hold, and how often it wore a human face. The road called him onward once more. There would always be another place where cruelty had taken root. The land of the Amazons lay beyond long stretches of open water and wind-worn coast. It was a place shaped not by kings or palaces, but by a different kind of order, one that had grown from long memory and shared purpose. The women who lived there did not rule through fear. They lived by discipline, by loyalty to one another, and by the knowledge that survival depended on unity rather than dominance. Hippolyta stood at the centre of that world. She was their queen, though her authority was not held by force alone. The belt she wore, given to her by Ares, was a symbol of her leadership, a mark of the trust placed in her by those who followed her. To take it was not merely to claim an object. It was to reach into the heart of a people's identity. Hercules arrived as a stranger beneath a sky that felt wider here, as though no one thing had been allowed to claim it. The Amazons watched him from a distance, their expressions wary but curious. They had heard stories of the hero who walked between worlds, of the labours that had already carved his name into the land. Hippolyta didn't meet him with a drawn blade. She listened. Hercules spoke of the oracle, of Eurystheus, of the command that had been laid upon him. He did not ask for sympathy. He did not speak of his losses. He simply told the truth of what he had been sent to do. To his surprise, Hippolyta did not refuse him. There was a quiet in her eyes that suggested she understood the weight of being bound by forces larger than oneself. She offered the belt willingly, not as a surrender, but as an act of recognition. This man before her was not an invader. He was another figure caught in the long machinery of the gods. For a moment, It seemed that the labour might end without blood. Hera watched from afar, and in that moment of calm she intervened. A whisper moved through the Amazon ranks, subtle and poisonous. It spoke of betrayal, of a foreigner come to steal what was sacred. The old fears rose quickly. Weapons were lifted, voices sharpened, confusion spread. Hercules sensed the shift too late. The air that had been open and clear moments before now felt charged with mistrust. Hippolyta tried to speak, to calm her warriors, but the whisper had already taken hold. In the ancient world, misunderstanding was as deadly as any blade. Steel flashed. A cry rang out. Hercules was forced to defend himself, not against monsters or beasts, but against women who believed they were protecting what was theirs. The chaos was sudden and terrible, the delicate moment of peace shattered by the momentum of fear. Hippolyta fell. Whether by accident or by fate, her death cut through the battle like a cold wind. The Amazons, stunned and grieving, withdrew, their world suddenly hollowed by the loss of its centre. Hercules stood among them, the belt now in his hands, its weight far heavier than any trophy. He had not come to conquer. Yet conquest had found him all the same. Hera felt a dark satisfaction settle. Even in a place that might have offered Hercules something different, something gentler, she had ensured that loss would follow him. No peace would be allowed to take root around him. Zeus felt the sting of it too. His son had once again been made into a figure of ruin, not through his will, but through the shaping of events around him. Hercules left the land of the Amazons without looking back. The sea carried him away from a shore that had offered him trust, then taken it back in blood. The belt lay against his side, a reminder not of victory, but of how easily even the best intentions could be twisted. The labour had been completed. The cost was written in silence. The waves closed over the path he had taken, and the world continued, unchanged by the sorrow it had absorbed. The western edge of the world felt thin, as though the earth itself were beginning to loosen its hold. Beyond the last familiar coasts, where maps grew uncertain and the sea pressed endlessly against the land, lay the island of Erythea. It was there that Geryon kept his cattle, great red beasts watched over by a herdsman who never slept, and a dog whose many heads could sense danger long before it arrived. Few had ever reached that distant place. Fewer still had returned. Hercules travelled across long, empty miles to reach it. The journey was not measured only in distance. Each step carried him farther from the lands shaped by ordinary human life, and deeper into a realm where myth and geography were barely separated. The air grew drier, the sky wider, until even the sun seemed to hang in a more distant way above him. Geryon was no simple king. He was a being of triple form, 3 bodies joined into one, a living symbol of a world that did not obey familiar rules. His cattle were said to be as strange as their master, their hides glowing red beneath the western light, their horns curved like crescent moons. To take them was to trespass against something ancient. Hercules crossed the sea and stepped onto Erythea beneath a sky that felt permanently suspended in evening. Shadows stretched long across the land, and the wind carried a faint metallic tang, as though the island itself were marked by blood. The herdsman, Eurytion, moved among the cattle with a watchful stillness. At his side prowled the dog Orpheus, its twin head scanning the horizon. They sensed Hercules before he spoke, their bodies tensing with an awareness that went deeper than sight. The clash came quickly. Orthrus lunged, its many jaws snapping through the air. Hercules met it with a force shaped by every trial that had come before, his strike swift and final. The herdsman followed, falling not long after. His watch ended in the same quiet violence. The cattle scattered, their hooves churning the red soil as Hercules moved among them, gathering them together. Geryon arrived as the dust was still settling. He rose from the western light like a figure carved from shadow and flame, his three forms moving in unison. His voice, when he spoke, carried the weight of something that had never known limitation. "These are mine," he said. Hercules did not deny it. They met beneath a sky that seemed to darken as if in recognition of what was unfolding. Geryon struck with a force that came from three wills at once, his movements heavy and relentless. Hercules answered with a hard-earned precision of a man who had learned how to meet overwhelming power without being swallowed by it. The struggle was fierce and brief. An arrow, dipped in the venom of the Hydra, found its mark. Geryon fell, his triple form collapsing into the red earth. The island seemed to exhale, its long-held tension released in a sudden stillness. Hercules stood among the cattle, his breath steady, his thoughts distant. He felt no satisfaction in what he had done, only the quiet awareness that another life had been taken in the long chain of what he was now required to do. Hera watched from Olympus, her gaze unwavering. Each labour carried Hercules farther from anything that might have resembled a simple human life. He was becoming a figure who moved through death and distance with equal inevitability. Zeus felt the familiar mix of pride and sorrow. His son was walking the far edges of the world, leaving marks that would last long after the moment had passed. The journey back was long. Hercules led the cattle across lands that seemed reluctant to release them. Rivers had to be crossed, hills climbed, strange peoples encountered. At every step, the red beasts drew attention, their presence a reminder that this labour reached beyond any single place. When at last he neared Tiryns again, the world felt smaller than it had before. The distant island of Erythea already seemed like something half-remembered, a fragment of a story that was no longer his to tell. The cattle were delivered. The labour was complete, yet the weight of it remained, carried not in what he brought back, but in what he had left behind. The edge of the world lay not in any single place, but in the way the land began to feel uncertain beneath the feet. Beyond the routes of traders and the worn paths of pilgrims, there stretched a region where the horizon seemed to shift as one walked, where mountains appeared and faded like thoughts half-formed. It was there, in that thinning of the known, that the garden of the Hesperides was said to exist. Hercules walked into that uncertainty. The air grew cooler, though no clouds crossed the sky. Trees twisted into unfamiliar shapes, the leaves catching the light in ways that made it difficult to tell where shadow ended and substance began. The world felt as though it were waiting, not for him, but for something older than him. The apples he sought were not simply fruit. They were said to carry a glimmer of the divine, grown from the soil of a place that belonged more to the gods than to the earth. To take them was to reach into the quiet heart of a boundary that had been meant to remain closed. Hera's hand was close here. The garden was guarded by beings who didn't sleep, who did not age, who existed only to preserve what was not meant to be touched. Yet Hercules did not rush toward them. He moved with the careful patience that the labours had carved into him, aware that some thresholds cannot be crossed by force alone. Atlas stood near the edge of the garden. His vast form loomed against the sky, his shoulders bearing the immense weight of the heavens. He did not look like a king or a god. He looked like a thing that had been turned into a function, held in place by the endless pressure of what lay above him. Hercules approached and spoke not of commands, but of burdens. Atlas listened. The ancient world recognized a kinship between those who carried too much. Hercules offered to hold the sky in Atlas's place, if only for a moment, while the Titan fetched the apples that could not be taken by mortal hands. Atlas considered this. For a being who had known only one posture for countless ages, the promise of even a brief release was a temptation that cut deeply. He agreed. The sky passed to Hercules. It was not as the poets later imagined it, a neat sphere balanced upon his back. It was a crushing, all-encompassing weight, a pressure that seemed to push him into the ground from every direction at once. He felt the air thicken, the light dim, as though the universe itself were leaning down upon him. He did not cry out. This too was a burden, and he had learned how to bear them. Atlas returned with the apples, their surfaces glowing faintly, untouched by any stain of the world. Yet in his eyes there was something new, a hesitation, a calculation. He spoke of leaving Hercules beneath the sky, of carrying the apples himself to Eurystheus. The ancient world knew this shape of betrayal well. Hercules listened, then nodded. He asked only that Atlas take the weight again for a moment, so that he might adjust his grip. Atlas, eager for freedom, did not refuse. The sky returned to its old bearer, and Hercules stepped back, the apples in his hands, their divine light soft against his skin. The exchange was complete. Hera watched from Olympus, her gaze narrowed. Even here, at the edge of the world, Hercules had found a way through that did not rely on violence. His endurance was becoming something more unsettling than raw strength. Zeus felt the strange echo of that moment, when his son had briefly held the heavens themselves. It was a sign of how far Hercules had come from the child born into prophecy and fear. The garden of the Hesperides faded behind him as he turned back toward the world of men. The apples glimmered in his grasp, a reminder that some things can be taken only by those willing to shoulder what others cannot. The road back felt longer, as though the land itself were reluctant to let go of what had been revealed. When Hercules finally returned to Tiryns, the apples were delivered without ceremony. Eurystheus accepted them with a mixture of awe and unease, quickly ordering them returned to the gods, as though afraid of what they might bring if kept too close. The labour was done. The weight of it remained, carried in the quiet knowledge that Hercules had, for a moment, held the sky. The path into the underworld didn't look like a descent. It appeared as a quiet opening in the earth, a place where stone gave way to shadow without ceremony. No wind marked its presence. No sign warned of what lay beyond. Hercules stood at its threshold, feeling the subtle shift in the air, as though the world itself were holding its breath. This was the final labour. Not a beast of land or sky, but a journey into what waits beneath all things. He stepped forward. The light of the living world dimmed behind him, replaced by a soft, colourless glow that seemed to come from nowhere at all. The ground was firm beneath his feet, yet it did not feel like soil or stone. It felt like memory, something pressed smooth by the passage of countless souls. Hades did not bar his way. The Lord of the Dead watched Hercules approach with an expression that held neither welcome nor refusal. In the ancient world, even gods of darkness understood when a mortal had been driven by forces beyond his own will. "You may take Cerberus," Hades said, "if you can do so without steel." It was not a challenge, it was a boundary. Cerberus waited in the shadowed fields beyond the river. 3 heads turned as Hercules approached, their eyes glowing with a watchful, unblinking awareness. The great hound's body was thick and coiled with strength, its breath a low, constant rumble that seemed to vibrate through the air itself. This was not a creature to be slain. It was a guardian, bound to a place where nothing was meant to escape. Hercules did not draw a weapon. He stepped forward slowly, feeling the weight of every gaze, every silent soul that watched from the edges of the underworld. Cerberus snarled, its many jaws opening, its teeth bright against the dim light. The ground trembled as it lunged. Hercules met it. Their collision sent a ripple through the shadowed plain. Cerberus's head snapped and twisted, each one seeking a different angle of attack. Hercules wrapped his arms around the beast's thick necks, feeling the raw power beneath its fur. The struggle was not loud, it was heavy. The air filled with the sound of breath and muscle, of a force that did not want to yield. Cerberus fought not with malice, but with duty. It had been shaped to hold the line between worlds, and Hercules was pressing against that ancient purpose. He did not strike, he held. Slowly, with the same relentless patience that had subdued the boar, Hercules tightened his grip. Cerberus's movements grew less wild, its snarls fading into deep, uncertain growls. At last, the great hound stilled, its head lowering, its strength momentarily spent. Silence spread through the underworld. Hades nodded. Hercules led Cerberus upward, back toward the light of the living world. The journey felt unreal, as though he were carrying not just a creature, but the weight of everything that lay beneath life itself. When they emerged, the sky felt painfully bright. Cerberus, unaccustomed to such light, recoiled, its dark form stark against the sun. Hercules did not linger. He presented the hound to Eurystheus, who shrank from it in terror, ordering it returned at once to the realm it guarded. So the final labour ended not in triumph, but in a quiet return. Cerberus was led back into the underworld. The gate closed behind it. The world of the living remained sealed. Hera watched this last task with a stillness that had no anger left in it. Hercules had walked into death and come back. Whatever else he had become, he was now something that could not easily be undone. Zeus felt the tremor of it too. His son had crossed a boundary that few mortals ever approached, let alone passed. Hercules stood alone beneath the open sky, the underworld behind him, the road of labours at last complete. Yet there was no sense of release, no weight lifted from his chest. The past still lay where it always had, heavy and unyielding. The journey had changed him. It had not freed him. The world felt strangely quiet after the gate of the underworld closed. Hercules stood beneath an open sky that seemed too bright, too wide, as if the light itself were asking something of him. The final labour had been completed. Cerberus had been returned to his dark threshold. The road of commanded trials lay behind him. Yet nothing in his body felt finished. The ancient world didn't believe that ordeals ended when they were survived. They believed that survival itself was a transformation, one that altered the shape of a soul more deeply than any wound altered the flesh. Hercules walked away from Tiryns without ceremony. No crowd followed him. No trumpet sounded. His name drifted behind him like a shadow he could not outrun. He carried no weapons now, only the weight of what he had endured. The lion's hide still rested upon his shoulders, a relic of the first battle that had set everything else in motion. It was heavy, though not with the animal strength, but with the memory of who he had been when he first put it on. The land opened before him, broad and unclaimed. Fields stretched into hills. Roads divided and vanished. Villages lay scattered like quiet thoughts across the earth. He could have gone anywhere, yet every direction felt the same, as though the world were no longer a place of choices, but a surface upon which he simply continued to move. People who recognized him watched from a distance. Some bowed, some whispered, some turned away, unsure whether a man who had walked through death could still be approached as human. Hercules felt the space between himself and others widening, an invisible distance that no step could close. He had survived. That was the cost. In the ancient imagination, a person who survived too much ceased to belong fully to the living. They became something in between, a figure who carried the weight of things others were spared from knowing. Hercules felt that weight with every breath. At night, when he rested beneath open stars, the memories came without being called. Not in order, not as stories, but as sensations. The pressure of the heavens on his shoulders, the burning of Hydra's poison beneath his skin, the stillness of the lion when its struggle ended, the dim hush of the underworld, where even sound seemed to have been laid to rest. These were not thoughts. They were echoes lodged inside him like fragments of another world. Hera watched him from Olympus with a gaze that no longer needed anger. The shaping had been done. The hero was no longer someone who might have lived a small, ordinary life. He had been stretched beyond it, made into something that could carry the burden of the old stories themselves. Zeus felt a quiet sorrow in that truth. He had wanted his son to bridge worlds, not be crushed between them. Yet the bridge had become a weight-bearing structure, forced to hold more than it was ever meant to. Hercules moved from place to place, never staying long. The world offered him hospitality, but not belonging. Every door that opened did so with caution. Every welcome carried the unspoken awareness of what he was. A man who had killed monsters. A man who had walked into death and returned. A man who had lost what no victory could replace. There were moments when he wondered whether the labours had truly been punishment. They had given him something to do with the part of himself that could not rest. They had allowed him to spend his strength against the world instead of turning it inward. Now that they were finished, he felt exposed to his own silence. The Greeks believed that fate did not end with a single decree. It followed a person, shaping their days long after the dramatic moments had passed. Hercules was beginning to understand that the hardest part of his journey had not been the monsters or the gods. It was living afterward. He walked beneath the open sky, carrying no orders now, yet feeling more bound than ever. The road stretched forward, empty of direction, full of time. Survival had spared his body. It had not spared his solitude. The hero continued on, into a world that no longer knew how to hold him. The decree from Delphi had been fulfilled, yet its echo had not faded. Hercules walked beneath an open sky that seemed no closer than it had been when he first began his long chain of labours. The world had acknowledged his obedience. The tasks set before him had been completed. By the measures of gods and kings alike, his debt had been paid, yet nothing in him felt released. In the ancient imagination, absolution was never the same as freedom. A stain could be lifted, while the memory of it remained, shaping every step that followed. Hercules felt that memory settle within him like a second spine, holding him upright even as it pressed down upon him. The land stretched quietly around him. Fields rippled in the wind. Distant mountains rested beneath drifting clouds. These were the same landscapes he had once crossed with the hope of building a life among them. Now they felt unfamiliar, as though he were passing through a world that had moved on without him. People spoke his name with reverence, but rarely with warmth. The stories of the labours had spread far beyond Tiryns. Children repeated them in whispers. Travellers carried them from port to port. Hercules had become something larger than the man who walked beneath that name. He had become a figure shaped by what he had survived, and that figure could not easily belong anywhere. There were moments when he felt the absence of command most sharply. During the labours, there had always been another task waiting, another place where his strength could be spent. Now the road lay open, yet every direction felt equally hollow. Hera observed this with quiet satisfaction. The hero had been purified in the eyes of the gods, yet he had been rendered restless in the eyes of the world. This too was a kind of victory. A man who cannot settle is easier to shape than one who finds peace. Zeus felt the ache of it. He watched his son move through a world that no longer offered him a simple place to stand. The great feats had earned Hercules admiration, but admiration is a distant thing. It does not build a home. Hercules wandered through cities that celebrated him, and through fields that barely noticed his passing. Everywhere he went, he felt the subtle pull of expectation. People wanted him to be a hero, to answer their fears with his presence. Yet the part of him that had once wanted to be simply a man had not disappeared. It had been buried. At night, he would sit beside small fires, watching the flames shift and settle. The light would catch on the lion's hide, on the scars that marked his skin. In those moments the memories returned, not as sharp pain, but as a quiet, unyielding awareness of what had been lost. Megara's voice, the small weight of his children's hands, the simple warmth of a life that had once seemed possible. The labours had cleared him of his debt to the gods. They had not returned what had been taken. The ancient world understood this tension well. Heroes were often those who had been stripped of ordinary futures. Their greatness was born not from what they gained, but from what they could no longer have. Hercules was living within that truth now. He felt the pull of battle and wandering growing stronger, not because he sought danger, but because danger had become a place where his restlessness made sense. Peace, when it appeared, felt foreign, as though it belonged to someone else's story. Hera did not need to push him toward conflict. The shape of his life was already bending in that direction. Zeus watched, hoping for a moment when his son might find a different path. Yet even he knew that the threads of fate had been drawn too tightly. Hercules had been made into something that could not easily return to stillness. The road stretched forward, pale and unmarked. Hercules walked it without knowing where it would lead, carrying within him the quiet knowledge that while his sentence had been lifted, his story was far from over. Some debts are paid in full. Others linger in the way a person continues to move through the world. The name of Hercules began to reach places he had never seen. It moved through harbours and mountain passes, through taverns and temples, carried by those who had never looked into his eyes. Sailors spoke of the man who had dragged death into the sunlight. Farmers told of the one who had broken monsters that had ruled their lands for generations. Each voice added something, changed something, until the name itself became a thing larger than the one who bore it. Hercules felt it before he heard it. In each new town, there was a subtle shift in the air when he arrived. Conversation slowed. Eyes followed him. Even before his name was spoken, people sensed that he was not simply another traveller. Something in his presence carried the weight of too many stories. When they did speak it, it was never quite the same. Some said it softly, with awe. Some said it with hope. Some with the careful tone reserved for forces that can both save and destroy. The ancient world believed that names held power. To be known was to be touched by many minds, shaped by countless expectations. Hercules felt that shaping begin to press against him like a second skin. He could not outrun it. Wherever he went, people began to bring him their fears. A border threatened by raiders. A village shadowed by something moving in the hills. A king uneasy about unrest. Hercules became a figure onto whom the world placed its unfinished struggles. He did not always accept, yet even when he turned away, the requests followed him, drifting through the air like unanswered prayers. The more he tried to walk quietly, the louder the world spoke his name. Hera watched this widening circle with interest. A hero who is needed by many is no longer free to belong to any. The more Hercules was drawn into the hopes of others, the more his own life became secondary to what he represented. Zeus felt the cost of that truth. He had seen mortals rise to fame before. He knew how quickly admiration can harden into a kind of cage. Hercules was no longer only himself. He was becoming an idea. Hercules felt that distance grow when people bowed to him, when they looked at him not as a man who carried memory and doubt, but as a figure of certainty. Their eyes searched him for something solid, something that could stand against the chaos of the world. He could not give them that. The labours had not turned him into something unbreakable. They had only taught him how much could be broken. At night, when he was alone, he felt the strange hollowness of being so widely known. His name was spoken everywhere, yet the life that had once given it meaning felt further away with each passing day. Fame did not fill the silence left by what he had lost. It only made that silence more visible. The ancient Greeks believed that glory was a kind of immortality. To be remembered was to resist being erased by time. Yet they also knew that such remembrance came at a cost. A person who becomes a story can never again be just a person. Hercules was beginning to live within that contradiction. He walked through cities that celebrated him, and through quiet valleys where children stared as though he were part of a tale made flesh. Each step carried him deeper into a world that no longer allowed him to be ordinary. Hera felt the pattern tightening. The hero was being claimed not by her alone, but by the world itself. He was becoming a vessel for its fears, its hopes, its unspoken need for something that could stand against the fragile shape of human life. Zeus watched with a distant sadness. The more Hercules was revered, the less room there was for him to be simply human. The road stretched on beneath an open sky. Hercules followed it, his name moving ahead of him like a shadow that no light could outrun. The world knew who he was now, and that knowledge was already beginning to shape what he would become. The roads that carried Hercules onward grew quieter, yet the silence never brought him rest. Fields passed beneath his feet, golden and wide beneath the slow drift of clouds. Rivers slipped past him with the untroubled rhythm of things that knew nothing of memory. Villages rose and fell behind him, their faces briefly curious before settling back into their own concerns. To the world, he was a passing presence. To himself, he was a man carrying more than any road could ease. Peace did not follow him. It never had. The labels were finished. The decrees of Delphi had been fulfilled. The gods, by their own measures, had been answered. Yet the quiet that remained was not the quiet of resolution. It was the quiet of something waiting, heavy and unresolved, lingering beneath the surface of his days. Hercules felt it most when nothing was demanded of him. When there was no beast to face and no city to defend, his thoughts turned inward, circling the places he could not escape. The faces of Megara and his children did not appear in sharp detail. They had become something softer, more distant, like figures seen through drifting water. Yet their absence was always present, shaping the space around him. The ancient world understood that some losses do not fade. They settle into the shape of a life. Hercules tried to walk as others did, moving from place to place without carrying the weight of what had been. But he could not. Even the simplest moments carried an echo of what had been taken from him. A child's laughter in a village street, the warm light of evening on a family gathered around a fire. These things did not wound him openly. They simply reminded him of what no longer existed. Hera watched this slow, quiet struggle with a gaze that didn't need to interfere. The work had already been done. The hero had been turned into a figure who could not find rest in ordinary happiness. His victories had placed him beyond the reach of the life he had once wanted. Zeus felt the ache of that truth as well. He had not intended for his son to be shaped into something so isolated. Yet even the king of the gods could not unravel what had been woven by fate and suffering. Hercules moved through the world as a figure known everywhere and at home nowhere. People welcomed him with awe, but that awe built distance. They did not know how to speak to him as they would to another man. His presence made them careful, as though he might break the fragile order of their lives simply by standing too close. This, too, was a kind of loneliness. The ancient Greeks believed that heroes were meant to stand apart. Their greatness was not meant to be shared. Hercules was beginning to feel the truth of that belief in every quiet hour. There were nights when he lay awake beneath the open sky, watching the stars shift slowly above him. In those moments, the world felt vast and empty, as though it were holding a place for something that would never return. He did not ask the gods for anything. He had learned that their gifts carried a weight of their own. Peace, when it came, was fleeting. A calm valley, a gentle conversation, a moment when the world seemed to settle. Then it would slip away, leaving behind the familiar restlessness that pressed him onward. Hera did not need to strike again. The absence of peace was doing its work. Zeus watched as Hercules continued to wander, aware that the road before him was beginning to curve toward new struggles. New entanglements that would keep him moving. A hero who cannot rest will always find another battle, even if he does not seek it. Hercules walked beneath a sky that never offered answers. He did not know where the road would lead, only that stillness was something he could no longer trust. The world was wide, and his place within it felt increasingly uncertain. The labours had ended. The story had not. The road that carried Hercules away from the quiet lands did not lead him toward peace, but toward work. It was not the kind of work that built homes or tilled fields. It was the work of violence, of standing between one force and another, and allowing one's own body to become the measure by which conflicts were decided. In the ancient world, such men were called mercenaries, though the word carried none of the distance it would later acquire. They were simply those who sold their strength because nothing else remained for them to sell. Hercules understood this instinctively. His name had spread far beyond the places where the labours had been completed. It had reached the ears of kings who feared their neighbours and city-states that could no longer hold their borders. When Hercules arrived in such places, he was not greeted as a traveller. He was greeted as an answer. The first city to call upon him lay on a wind-swept plain, its walls worn and pale beneath a wide sky. Raiders had begun to gather beyond its borders, drawn by the weakness of its defences and the promise of what could be taken. The city's rulers did not ask Hercules to solve the conflict. They asked him to become part of it. Hercules accepted without negotiation, not because he sought reward, but because the movement itself felt necessary. When he walked into danger, when he placed his body between those who would harm and those who would be harmed, the restless weight inside him grew quiet, if only for a moment. The battle was swift. The raiders were strong, but they were not shaped by years of survival against creatures and forces beyond ordinary measure. Hercules moved through them like a dark current, his presence shifting the balance with a kind of inevitability. When it was done, the plain lay silent, marked by the traces of what had been lost. The city survived. Hercules did not stay. This became the pattern of his days, a call for help, a journey through open land. A clash that left the ground changed in ways no one could fully undo. He was paid in gold or grain or shelter, yet none of it seemed to matter. What mattered was the sense of being used, of having a place, however temporary, within the world's struggles. Hera watched this new phase with quiet approval. The hero was no longer being driven by divine decree, yet he was still bound to conflict. His strength was being spent again and again, not in service of a single purpose, but in response to the endless needs of a fragile world. Zeus saw the same truth with a heavier heart. His son was being pulled into the role of a weapon, valued not for who he was, but for what he could do when everything else had failed. Hercules felt that narrowing of identity with each passing battle. He was no longer simply a man who fought. He was becoming the one who was sent for when all other options were exhausted. There is a loneliness in that kind of importance. Between wars, he would walk alone, following roads that led from one troubled place to another. The spaces between battles were often more difficult than the battles themselves. In those quiet stretches, memory returned, filling the emptiness left by the absence of danger. He remembered Megara's steady gaze, the laughter of his children, the fragile hope that had once anchored him to a life beyond the reach of violence. Those memories did not weaken him. They simply reminded him of how far he had travelled from the person he had once been. The ancient Greeks believed that men who lived by the sword eventually became shaped by it, their inner worlds taking on the sharp, hard lines of their trade. Hercules felt that shaping within himself. His responses grew quicker, his patience thinner. Peace, when it appeared, felt unfamiliar, almost unreal. Yet even in this new life, he was not without restraint. He chose his battles carefully, turning away from those that felt born of greed rather than necessity. He had seen too much of what unchecked desire could do. Hera took note of that as well. Even now, even as a mercenary, Hercules remained something that could not be entirely controlled. Zeus watched as his son moved through a world that used him and feared him in equal measure. The hero was becoming a figure woven into the fabric of human conflict, no longer separate from it. Hercules walked on, his path defined not by where he wished to go, but by where he was needed. The road stretched forwards, marked by the distant echoes of battles yet to come. The world had found a new way to claim him. The first city fell at dawn. Mist still clung to the low ground when the walls gave way, and the sound of stone breaking seemed to travel farther than the cries of those who fled. Hercules stood at the centre of that unravelling, his form moving through smoke and confusion like something half seen, half felt. He had come to defend the city from its enemies. Instead, he found himself standing amid a destruction that no single hand could contain. War is never what it promises to be. It begins with causes and ends with ash, leaving behind only the quiet question of how so much could be lost so quickly. Hercules felt that truth pressing against him as fires took hold, their light reflecting in shattered windows and fallen shields. He fought as he always had, with a steady resolve that didn't waver even when the ground beneath him seemed to collapse into chaos. Yet for every foe he drove back, another took their place. The city's defenders fought with desperate courage, but courage alone cannot hold a crumbling wall. By the time the invaders withdrew, little remained of what had been defended. Hercules walked through streets that no longer looked like streets, stepping over broken beams and abandoned weapons. The people who had once lived there moved like ghosts through ruins, gathering what little they could carry. Their eyes did not accuse him. They simply reflected a kind of quiet disbelief. He had been there. He had fought. Yet the city had burned. The ancient world knew this pattern well. Even the greatest strength cannot guarantee safety. Hercules felt that limitation with a growing weight inside him. He had been called to stand against destruction, yet destruction had still found a way through. Hera watched this unfolding with a careful gaze. The hero's presence didn't prevent catastrophe. It only changed its shape. Where he walked, the stakes grew higher, the conflicts more fierce. His name drew both hope and danger in equal measure. Zeus saw the sorrow that gathered in his son's wake. Hercules was not failing, yet he could not escape the truth that his victories were often followed by ruin. Such is the nature of war, where even the defender becomes part of what is lost. The next city fell not long after. Hercules arrived too late to hold its walls, too early to leave without becoming involved. He fought through streets choked with smoke, the air thick with the scent of burning wood and fear. The clash of steel echoed between narrow buildings, a sound that seemed to multiply in the confined space. By nightfall, the city was silent. Fires smouldered where homes had stood. The river that ran through the centre carried fragments of what had been. Hercules stood on its bank, watching the dark water move past, carrying away pieces of lives he would never know. He did not feel guilt in the way others might have. He felt something colder. A recognition that no matter how fiercely he fought, he could not hold the world together. The ancient Greeks believed that heroes existed not to prevent suffering, but to give it shape. Hercules was beginning to understand that his role was not to bring peace, but to move within the storm of human conflict, altering its course without ever stopping it. Hera took quiet satisfaction in that realization. The hero, now woven into the fabric of war, would never find the stillness he had once sought. His presence would always be followed by upheaval, by the deep and irreversible changes that mark places where great forces collide. Zeus felt the heaviness of it as well. His son was becoming something the world both relied upon and feared. Cities would call for him in desperation, yet those same cities would be forever altered by the battles that followed. Hercules continued to answer those calls. He moved from one troubled place to another, his path marked by smoke and the low, constant hum of unrest. The people he left behind would remember him, not always with gratitude, but with the kind of awe reserved for things that change everything they touch. At night, when the fires had burned down to embers, Hercules would sit alone, watching the last light fade from ruined streets. He did not speak. He did not look away. He felt the weight of what remained after every battle, the quiet that follows when there is nothing left to fight. The cities burned. The hero walked on. The kings who ruled the fractured lands did not all sit upon thrones of gold. Some held power through fear, others through old alliances, and some simply because no one strong enough had yet risen to take their place. Hercules moved through this shifting world like a slow, gathering storm, drawn toward places where authority had hardened into something brittle. The first king he faced was not a tyrant in the stories people told. He was a ruler who had grown afraid. His city lay behind thick walls, its gates closed not to invaders, but to its own people. Taxes had risen. Voices had been silenced. The king believed that order could be preserved only by tightening his grip. In that tightening, he had begun to strangle the very life he claimed to protect. Hercules came as a mercenary, called by those who could no longer endure. The king met him in a high hall of stone, his face pale beneath a heavy crown. He spoke of rebellion and the need for strength, offering Hercules gold and position in exchange for his loyalty. The ancient world often dressed fear in the language of necessity. Hercules listened. He did not argue. He did not raise his voice. He simply saw the quiet violence beneath the king's words, the way power had turned inward, devouring what it was meant to guard. When the clash came, it was brief. The king fell not as a villain, but as a man who had mistaken control for survival. His guards scattered. The city opened its gates. Order returned, though it did not resemble what had existed before. Hercules left without celebration. The next ruler was different. This king had built his reign on conquest, extending his borders through force until the lands around him were little more than scars. He welcomed Hercules with the confidence of someone who believed that strength alone defined worth. He was wrong. Their encounter was swift and violent, the kind of meeting where two forces test one another until only one remains. When it was over, the king lay still. His ambitions ended in the same silence that awaited all who had walked too far into their own hunger. Hercules did not linger there either. With each ruler who fell, the pattern became clearer. He was no longer merely defending cities or driving back raiders. He was unmaking the figures who had shaped the world through fear and desire. The ancient Greeks understood the danger of such moments. Kings were not just men. They were symbols of order, however flawed. To strike them down was to alter the shape of the world itself. Hera watched this with a steady gaze. The hero was now a force that could redraw the map of human power. Each fallen king was a thread cut from the old weave, leaving behind a pattern that could not be easily repaired. Zeus felt the unease of it. Hercules was moving beyond the role of defender into something more ambiguous. The line between justice and upheaval was growing thin. Hercules felt the thinness in his own heart. He did not delight in these battles. He did not seek them. Yet he could not ignore the way certain rulers had turned their strength into a weapon against those they governed. His own past had taught him what unchecked power could do when it was allowed to feed on itself. Still, each fallen king left a hollow place behind. Cities were freed, yet they were also left without the structures that had held them together, however imperfectly. New leaders rose, some wiser, some not. The world did not become gentler, it simply shifted. Hercules moved through these changes like a dark tide, altering the shore even as he passed beyond it. People began to speak of him not only as a hero, but as a figure who could decide the fate of rulers. That knowledge unsettled him. He had never wanted such a role. He had only wanted the world to stop breaking beneath his hands. Hera felt the quiet irony of it. The hero who had once sought a simple life was now shaping the lives of countless others, whether he wished to or not. Zeus watched, aware that his son was being pulled into a place where even gods tread carefully. A man who can remove kings becomes something the world does not know how to contain. Hercules walked on, carrying with him the weight of the crowns that had fallen. The road ahead was dark with possibility, each step leading him deeper into a world that was being reshaped by his presence. The kings were gone. The consequences were only beginning to rise. The change did not come all at once. It moved slowly through the world, carried by rumour and unfinished stories, until it began to shape the way people looked at Hercules before he ever spoke. In the early days of his wandering, he had been greeted with hope. Now, that hope had begun to share space with something colder, something more uncertain. Fear was taking root. In the villages he entered, conversations would falter. Hands would tighten around tools and cups. People still welcomed him, but the welcome was cautious, measured, as though they were aware that the same force that could protect them could also alter everything they knew. The ancient Greeks had always understood this double edge. A figure of great power does not remain neutral. He bends the world simply by existing within it. Hercules felt that bending wherever he went. Cities that had once called for his help now hesitated. They had seen what followed in his wake. Kings overthrown, armies broken, borders redrawn. even when these changes brought relief, they also brought uncertainty. Stability, however flawed, has a way of defending itself against those who threaten it. Some towns closed their gates when they heard he was approaching, not out of hostility, but out of dread of what might follow. War had a habit of gathering around him, as if drawn by a gravity he could not escape. People began to fear not Hercules himself, but the consequences of his presence. Hera watched this quiet transformation with satisfaction. The hero was no longer merely feared by monsters or challenged by rulers. He was becoming an unsettling figure to ordinary people, someone who disrupted the fragile patterns of their lives. Zeus saw the cost of it. His son had once wanted nothing more than to live as a man among other men. Now even the smallest village looked at him as something apart. Hercules felt the distance growing. When he walked through markets, the noise softened. When he passed through streets, eyes followed him with a mixture of reverence and caution. No one knew quite how to treat him anymore. He was not a stranger, yet he was no longer one of them. This isolation did not come from cruelty. It came from awe. And awe is a lonely thing. The ancient world believed that heroes belonged to a different order of existence. They were shaped by forces that set them apart from ordinary life. Hercules was beginning to feel that truth in the way people instinctively stepped back, creating a small, invisible space around him wherever he stood. At night, when he sat alone, he would feel the weight of that space most keenly. The fire would burn low, and beyond it lay a world that seemed to keep its distance. He had become someone people needed, yet could not fully embrace. Hera did not need to deepen his suffering. The world was doing that for her. Zeus watched with quiet sorrow. His son's strength had saved many, yet it had also made him a figure people could not approach without unease. Hercules continued on, moving from one troubled place to another. He answered calls for help, though each answer only seemed to reinforce the image that followed him. The more he intervened, the more the world learned to see him as a force rather than a person. Some feared he would decide their fate. Others feared that if he did not come, there would be no one left to stand against the storms of war and ambition. Both fears were true. The road stretched ahead, pale and open beneath a wide sky. Hercules walked it alone, carrying a reputation that was no longer simply one of heroism. It was a reputation shaped by power, by upheaval, by the quiet understanding that where he walked, nothing remained unchanged. He did not know how to shed that image. He only knew that it followed him as faithfully as any shadow. The women who moved through Hercules' life did not come to him as chapters in a story. They arrived quietly, often at the edges of his wandering, in moments when the world briefly loosened its grip on him. Each carried her own history, her own wounds and hopes, yet all of them were drawn, in one way or another, to the gravity of what he was. Not the hero, the man beneath the name. In the ancient world, love was never simple. It was bound to fate, to inheritance, to the quiet currents of power that moved beneath every human connection. Hercules felt this in every bond he formed. Each woman saw something different in him, and he could never be sure which reflection was the truest. Some saw safety. After years of walking through war and ruin, his presence could feel like shelter, a promise that the storm would not cross the threshold. Others saw a kind of sorrow in him, something unfinished, something that called to their own longing. A few saw only the legend, the figure shaped by stories, and loved him for what they believed him to be. Hercules did not know how to be any of these things. He knew only how to remain. When he stayed long enough for affection to grow, it did so quickly like fire in dry grass. The intensity of his presence drew people close, yet that same intensity made it difficult for anything to remain gentle. The ancient Greeks believed that love between unequal forces was always dangerous. A man who carried the weight of gods and monsters within him could not touch another life without altering it. Hercules learned this through loss. There were women who walked beside him for a time, sharing the long roads and the quiet evenings between conflicts. In those moments he would almost believe that something stable might take root. The simple acts of listening and being listened to felt like a return to a life he had once known. Yet the world never allowed those moments to last. Trouble followed him as faithfully as his name. Where he rested, danger often soon appeared, drawn by the same currents that had shaped his reputation. Some women left when they sensed that pattern, choosing safety over what they could not control. Others stayed, believing that love could hold against any storm. Hera watched these bonds with patient interest. The hero's heart, like his strength, was something she had learned to turn against him. Each connection made him more vulnerable, more exposed to the quiet tragedies that follow when a life built on conflict brushes against ordinary hope. Zeus felt the ache of it. He had once believed that love might anchor his son, that it might draw him back toward the human world. Instead, it only revealed how far Hercules had already drifted. There were moments when Hercules felt close to happiness. A shared meal beneath an open sky, a soft voice in the dark, the simple warmth of another presence beside him. In those moments, the past receded just enough to allow him to breathe. Then it would return. Not with violence, but with the steady reminder that his life was not his alone to shape. The roads he walked, the battles he fought, the reputation that followed him, all of these pressed in on any relationship he tried to build. The women who loved him were not weak. They were simply caught in something larger than themselves. Some were left behind when Hercules was called away. Others were drawn into danger they had not chosen. A few were lost to the same restless currents that had shaped his own life, their stories fading into the wider tapestry of the world. Hercules carried those losses quietly. He did not speak of them. He did not place them among his famous deeds. Yet they lived within him as surely as any scar. The ancient Greeks believed that love leaves a mark even when it ends. Those marks are not always visible, but they shape the way a person continues to move through the world. Hercules moved with many such marks. Hera did not need to intervene. The hero's heart was already entwined with longing and regret. Zeus watched as his son continued to seek connection in a life that made connection fragile. He could not fault him for it. Even those shaped by fate still yearn for what feels real. Hercules walked on, carrying with him the memory of every woman who had tried, in her own way, to reach the man behind the legend. The road remained. So did the longing. Deianira entered Hercules' life not with thunder, but with a quiet steadiness that felt almost unfamiliar. She was not drawn to him by the stories that followed his name, though she knew them. What she saw was something more subtle, something that lived beneath the weight of legend. In his silences, in the careful way he observed the world around him. She sensed a man who had learned too much about loss. The ancient world believed that some meetings are shaped by forces that move invisibly through time. Deianira's presence felt like such a convergence, gentle yet inevitable. She did not seek to soften him. She simply stood beside him. Their time together unfolded without urgency. They travelled through green valleys and along winding rivers, sharing the quiet spaces between one destination and the next. In those moments, Hercules felt something he had not known in years, a calm that did not demand anything of him. Deianira listened when he spoke, and when he did not. She did not try to fill the silences that gathered around him. In her company, the long weight of his past felt less oppressive, as though it had been acknowledged without being named. Hera watched this unfolding with interest. The hero, who had resisted so much, was allowing himself to be held by something fragile. That fragility was not weakness, it was exposure. Zeus felt a cautious hope. Perhaps this bond might offer Hercules a way to remain within the human world, to find something that did not dissolve under the pressure of who he was. Yet even in those early days, the ancient patterns were already at work. Deianira knew who Hercules was. She had seen the way people looked at him, the way danger seemed to gather around his footsteps. She loved him not in ignorance, but in awareness. Still, awareness does not prevent fear. It only gives it a sharper edge. When they crossed paths with others who recognized Hercules, Deianira felt the shift in the air. She saw the way admiration and unease intertwined, the way people placed him on a distant plane. It reminded her that she was sharing her life with someone who could never fully belong to her, alone. Love, in the ancient world, was always touched by possession. Not the kind that holds, but the kind that fears being replaced. Hercules didn't notice this at first. He was too absorbed in the rare ease that Deianira brought into his life. With her, he could almost imagine a future that was not shaped entirely by conflict. The road felt less lonely. The nights felt warmer. Yet the world did not grow quieter around them. Rumours followed. Requests for help reached them even in remote places. Hercules would leave to settle disputes or drive away threats, returning with the familiar weariness of a man who could never truly step away from what he was. Each time he left, Deianira waited. And each time, something in her tightened. The ancient Greeks understood that waiting is a form of suffering. It stretches time, filling it with imagined dangers. Deianira began to live in that stretched space, where every absence carried the possibility of never becoming a return. Hera felt the tension growing. This was the opening she had been waiting for. Zeus watched, uneasy, sensing how closely love and fear were becoming entwined. Hercules remained unaware of how deeply Deianira's quiet worry was shaping her. He saw only her warmth when he returned, her steady presence that seemed to offer a refuge from the world. He did not see the questions that formed behind her eyes, the fragile uncertainty that love had awakened. In the ancient imagination, love was never safe. It was a force that could bring both healing and destruction, depending on how it was held. Deianira loved Hercules not because he was a hero, but because she believed there was a part of him that still belonged to a simpler life. That belief made her brave. It also made her afraid. The road carried them onwards, unaware of what it was drawing closer. The river lay wide and slow beneath a muted sky, its surface carrying the pale reflections of drifting clouds. It was not a place that announced danger. The banks were gentle, the water calm, the air soft with the scent of wet earth and distant trees. Hercules and Deianira reached it near dusk, when the light had begun to lose its warmth, and everything seemed wrapped in a fragile stillness. Nessus waited there. He stood with the patient posture of a ferryman, his great centaur body half in the water, half upon the shore. Travellers had crossed here for years, trusting his strength to bear them through the current. His voice was smooth, practiced in offering help, and his eyes held the quiet attentiveness of someone who watched far more than he revealed. Hercules did not hesitate. Deianira, weary from the road, was guided onto Nessus's broad back. The centaur moved into the river, his powerful limbs cutting through the slow-moving water. Hercules followed on foot, his step steady as the current pressed against him. The ancient world believed that danger often comes disguised as necessity. What appears helpful may already be leaning toward betrayal. Halfway across, the tone of the crossing shifted. Nessus began to move more quickly, angling away from Hercules. Deianira felt the change beneath her, the sudden tightening of the centaur's muscles. His voice, when he spoke, no longer carried the calm of a guide. Fear rose in her. Hercules saw it instantly. The river seemed to deepen between them, the water darkening as Nessus pushed farther from the shore. For a brief, sharp moment, the world held its breath. The centaur had chosen his moment. Hercules did not shout. He did not plead. He reached for his bow, his movements precise, shaped by years of knowing when a single action must speak for everything that cannot be said. The arrow he loosed carried the venom of the Hydra, a poison that did not forgive. It found Nessus. The centaur's cry cut through the air, raw and sudden. His body staggered, the river splashing wildly as his strength faltered. Deianira slipped from his grasp into the water, where Hercules reached her, pulling her safely to the shore. Nessus fell, his great form sinking against the river bank. Yet even as death closed in, the centaur's voice didn't fade. He spoke softly, urgently, his words shaped by the ancient knowledge that sometimes the most dangerous lies are those spoken in the final moments. He told Deianira that his blood, now mixed with the Hydra's venom, could bind Hercules' love to her forever. He called it a charm, a safeguard against abandonment. The ancient world was full of such promises, remedies that claimed to hold back loss. Deianira listened. Hercules turned away, his attention fixed on the river and the fading threat. He did not hear the quiet exchange, did not see the way Nessus's words settled into Deianira's mind, like seeds carried by a dark wind. Hera watched from afar, her gaze sharpened. The moment she had been waiting for had arrived not through force, but through a single, poisoned suggestion. The hero's strength had ended the centaur's life, yet it was the centaur's final breath that would shape what followed. Zeus felt the unease of it, though even he couldn't reach into the space where such choices are made. Deianira carried a small vial of Nessus's blood as they left the river behind. It was light, almost nothing, yet it held the weight of her fear. She loved Hercules with a quiet intensity, and the thought of losing him, of being left behind as so many others had been, had begun to take root within her. The ancient Greeks believed that love, when mixed with fear, becomes something unpredictable. Hercules walked beside her, unaware of the subtle change that had occurred. To him, the crossing was over. Another danger passed. He did not sense the shadow that had attached itself to their path, moving with them as they continued on. The river flowed on behind them, carrying away the last traces of Nessus's blood. The world seemed unchanged, yet something unseen had begun to move. The road that carried Hercules and Deianira away from the river wound gently through low hills, yet something unseen had already taken root between them. The world looked unchanged. The sky was wide. The wind moved softly through tall grass. Yet beneath that quiet surface, a subtle shift had occurred, the kind that does not announce itself until it has already begun to shape what follows. Deianira walked beside Hercules in silence. The small vial rested hidden among her belongings. Its presence felt even when it was not touched. She did not think of it as poison. She thought of it as a safeguard, a thin line against the quiet fear that had begun to grow within her. The ancient world understood that fear is rarely loud. It settles gently, convincing the heart that it is only caution, only care. Hercules noticed little at first. His thoughts were elsewhere, shaped by the long habit of listening for danger beyond the horizon. He had learned to live outward, attentive to the world's shifting threats. The more delicate movements of the heart often passed beneath his awareness. Deianira watched him as they travelled, the steady way he moved, the distant focus in his eyes. She loved him for that strength, yet it was also what unsettled her. A man who belonged so fully to the road could never be held entirely by any one place or any one person. Hera watched this quiet tension with a patient gaze. The hero's life was not undone by great forces alone. It was undone by the small, persistent doubts that grow between people who care for one another. As they passed through villages, Deianira began to feel the way others looked at Hercules. There was admiration, and something else beneath it, a curiosity that lingered too long. She saw women's eyes follow him, drawn not only to the legend, but to the man who carried it. None of it was extraordinary, yet to Deianira it felt like a gathering tide. The ancient Greeks believed that jealousy does not rise from certainty. It rises from the fear of being replaced. Deianira did not doubt Hercules' affection. She doubted the world's ability to leave it untouched. Hercules, for his part, remained unaware of the quiet storm forming beside him. He spoke to Deianira with the same gentle regard he always had. He did not notice the way her questions began to circle more tightly around where he went, who he saw, how long he stayed. Each question was small. Together, they formed a pattern. At night, when they rested, Deianira would sometimes touch the hidden vial, feeling its cool weight through the cloth. Nessus's voice lingered in her memory, a soft whisper offering certainty in a world that offered none. She did not want to use it. She only wanted to know it was there. The ancient world was full of such talismans, objects that promised control over what could never truly be controlled. Hera took quiet satisfaction in that promise. The trap did not require force. It required only time. Zeus felt the faint unease of it, though he could not yet see its shape. Love, when it becomes entangled with fear, creates its own momentum, one that even gods cannot easily halt. Hercules continued along the road, unaware that each mile carried them closer to something fragile and dangerous. He had faced monsters, kings, and the gates of death itself. He had not learned how to recognize the quieter threats that move through the heart. Deianira loved him deeply. That love made her brave. It also made her vulnerable. The ancient Greeks believed that the most tragic choices are made not from cruelty, but from the desire to preserve what one holds dear. Deianira was beginning to stand within that truth, even as she tried to deny it. The world around them remained gentle, the hills rolling softly beneath the open sky. No sign warned of what was gathering. No shadow marked the danger that now followed them. The road continued, calm and indifferent. Yet beneath its surface, something had already been set in motion. The road led Hercules away for a time, as it always did. Messages arrived carried by anxious hands, speaking of unrest beyond the hills, of a quarrel that had grown into something sharper. He listened without impatience, already feeling the familiar pull of obligation drawing him outward. Deianira watched him prepare with a quiet stillness that did not ask him to stay, though every part of her seemed to lean against his leaving. The ancient world believed that departures are small rehearsals for loss. Hercules kissed her forehead and promised to return. It was not a vow shaped by certainty, but by habit. He had made such promises many times, and most of them had been kept. Deianira held on to that thought as he disappeared down the pale ribbon of the road, his figure slowly becoming part of the distance. In his absence, the days stretched. Deianira moved through them with the careful attention of someone trying to preserve something fragile. She walked among the olive trees. She listened to the sounds of the household. Yet beneath these ordinary motions, her thoughts turned again and again toward what might be happening beyond her sight. The world did not grow quieter when Hercules left. It only became less certain. The whispers that had begun to follow him reached her as well. Stories of admiration, of longing, of women who watched him with eyes that held more than curiosity. Deianira did not know which of them were true. She did not need to. The idea of them was enough. The ancient Greeks believed that imagination is often more powerful than reality. The vial rested where she had placed it, hidden yet never absent. She took it out one evening, holding it in the fading light. The liquid within caught the glow of the setting sun, dark and thick, as though it contained something far older than Nessus himself. She remembered his voice, not as it had sounded, but as it had felt. A promise offered in a moment of fear, shaped to sound like care. He had spoken of binding Hercules' love, of ensuring that he would not drift away into the countless paths his life opened before him. Deianira did not want to control him. She wanted to keep him. The difference, in her mind, felt wide. In truth, it was very small. When Hercules returned, weary but alive, relief washed through her like a tide. She welcomed him with a warmth that surprised even herself. He spoke of the trouble he had settled, of the road he had travelled. She listened, nodding, though her thoughts were already turning towards something else. The ancient world believed that gifts are a language of intent. That night, Deianira brought him a garment she had prepared, a fine robe woven with careful hands. It was meant to be worn during a sacrifice, a moment of quiet reverence before the gods. To Hercules, it seemed an ordinary kindness, a sign of her attention. To Deianira, it was something more. She had anointed the fabric with the liquid from the vial, spreading it thinly so that no trace remained. In doing so, She felt both fear and resolve, as though she was stepping across a line that could not be recrossed. Hera watched this with a gaze that did not blink. The trap had been set not through force, but through love. Zeus felt the first tremor of what was coming, though he could not yet see its full shape. Hercules took the robe without hesitation. He placed it around his shoulders, feeling its soft weight settle against his skin. For a moment, nothing seemed different. The world remained as it had been. Deianira's eyes shone with something that might have been hope. Then the fire began. It was not like any flame Hercules had known. It did not burn outward. It burned inward, a slow, relentless heat that spread beneath the cloth and into his flesh. He gasped, staggering, his hands clutching at the robe as the pain grew sharper with each breath. Deianira's smile faltered. Hercules cried out, a sound torn from him by a force he could not grasp. The robe clung to him, the poison seeping deeper, igniting his skin as though it had become part of him. He tried to tear it away, but it would not release its hold. The ancient world believed that some poisons do not kill quickly. They make dying into a passage. Hercules fell to his knees, the ground beneath him darkening with the shadow of his agony. Deianira rushed forward, horror flooding her face as she saw what she had done. The promise that had seemed so gentle now revealed itself as something merciless. Hera watched in silence, her long work unfolding at last. Zeus felt the weight of it, the sharp realization that even the greatest strength cannot shield a heart from betrayal born of fear. Hercules did not understand what had happened. He only knew that something he had trusted had turned against him, and that the pain was unlike anything he had ever endured. The robe burned. The world held its breath. The fire that moved through Hercules did not resemble any flame born of wood or oil. It was a slow, inward heat, spreading beneath his skin with a cruel patience that no force of will could halt. He lay upon the ground, his great body trembling, his breath breaking into harsh, uneven gasps. The robe clung to him as though it had become part of his flesh, each attempt to tear it away only driving the burning deeper. Deianira knelt beside him, her hands hovering, afraid to touch what she had set in motion. Her face had lost all colour, her eyes wide with a horror that had no words. She did not understand how something meant to preserve love had become an instrument of destruction. The ancient world believed that tragedy is often born from the desire to hold what cannot be held. Hercules cried out, not in anger, but in disbelief. He had faced monsters that crushed mountains and poisons that dissolved flesh. Yet this pain was different. It came not from an enemy in front of him, but from something that had been given in trust. The poison of the Hydra moved through him like a living thing, seeking every nerve, every hidden place where sensation could be turned into torment. His skin blistered beneath the robe, the fabric burning into him as though it were being woven into his body. He tried to rise. His strength, which had once carried him through the weight of the heavens, faltered. He fell back, the ground beneath him cold and indifferent to his suffering. Each breath felt like it might be the last. Hera watched from Olympus, her expression unreadable. This was not a moment of triumph. It was the final unfolding of something that had been set in motion long ago. Zeus felt the pain of it as though it were his own. The sight of his son, undone not by battle, but by the quiet, terrible turning of love into fear, struck deeper than any wound. Deianira wept, her tears falling onto the earth beside Hercules. She spoke his name again and again, as if calling it might pull him back from what was consuming him. Yet the ancient world knew that some fires cannot be extinguished once they are lit. Hercules reached for her, his hand trembling. He didn't curse her. He did not speak of betrayal. His voice, when it came, was filled with a weary clarity. "It is not you," he whispered, though he did not fully know why he said it. Perhaps some part of him understood that the true force behind this pain lay deeper than any single choice. The poison continued its work. His muscles seized, his skin cracked and blackened beneath the robe. The agony was relentless, a steady, grinding force that allowed no escape. The hero who had endured the crushing weight of the sky now found himself helpless before a suffering that could not be fought. The ancient Greeks believed that the greatest trials come not when one stands, but when one can no longer rise. Hercules was being brought to that edge now. He called for his friends, for those who had once stood beside him. They came, drawn by the sound of his pain, yet none could ease it. They watched in helpless silence as the fire consumed him from within. Hera did not look away. Zeus wished he could. Deianira, broken by what she had done, could not bear the sight of it. Her love, twisted by fear, had become the instrument of the hero's undoing. The realization crushed her more completely than any punishment could have. Hercules' thoughts drifted between moments of clarity and waves of agony. He remembered the lion, the Hydra, the long road of the labours. He remembered Megara and his children, the life he had once tried to build. All of it felt distant now, as though he were already standing on the edge of another world. The fire did not lessen. It only deepened. Hercules knew, in a way that went beyond pain, that this was not something he would survive. The poison was too strong, too deeply bound to his flesh. He was not being tested. He was being ended. Yet even in that ending, his mind remained steady. He did not beg for release. He did not call out to the gods for mercy. He simply endured, as he always had, holding the agony within himself as long as his body would allow. The ancient world believed that how a person meets their final suffering reveals the truth of who they are. Hercules met it without turning away. The fire burned. The world waited. The fire did not consume Hercules as death usually does. It didn't claim him swiftly or grant him the quiet release that follows the end of breath. Instead, it held him suspended between suffering and survival. A cruel stillness where even dying became something that could not be completed. The poison burned, yet his body refused to surrender. The flesh charred and split, yet the life within him remained, bound by a force that would not allow it to fade. He was a god's son. That truth, once a distant mark upon his fate, now became a cage. Hercules lay upon the darkened ground, his breath shallow, his eyes open, but unfocused. Around him, those who had come to witness his agony stood helpless, their faces pale with a grief that had no answer. They watched as the fire continued its work, and still he lived. The ancient world believed that immortality, when forced upon a suffering body, becomes a form of torment. Zeus felt the weight of that truth with unbearable clarity. His son's divine blood was keeping him alive, even as the poison tore through what remained of his mortal flesh. He could not intervene without unmaking the laws that held both gods and men in their places. Yet to watch was its own form of cruelty. Hera did not speak, Her long opposition to Hercules had led to this moment, yet there was no triumph in what she saw. The hero had been broken in a way that no victory could restore. Deianira was gone, having fled from the sight of what she had done. The world had become too heavy for her to bear. Hercules did not call for her. His thoughts had moved beyond blame, beyond anger, into a place where only endurance remained. The fire continued. His skin was blackened and torn, yet the light in his eyes did not go out. His chest still rose and fell. Every breath was agony, yet every breath was taken. The ancient Greeks spoke of such moments as thresholds, places where the boundaries between what is and what might be begin to blur. Hercules stood at such a boundary now. He felt his strength slipping away, not in sudden collapse, but in a slow, deliberate draining, as though something within him were being separated, piece by piece, from what it had once been. His mortal body was being undone. Yet something else, something older and more enduring, remained. Zeus watched this with a sorrow that no throne could soften. His son was being transformed not by choice, but by the final consequence of a life lived between worlds. Hera felt the shift as well. The hero was no longer fully mortal, yet not yet something else. He was passing through a narrow passage that few beings ever approach. Those who stood nearby could do nothing but wait. The fire no longer roared, it smouldered, deep and constant, like a heart that refuses to stop beating. Hercules' thoughts turned inward. He felt memories drift through him, not as sharp images, but as fading impressions. The weight of the sky, the quiet of the underworld, the warmth of Deianira's hand. All of it seemed to be slipping away, carried off by a current he could not see. The ancient world believed that death, when it comes, strips away what is temporary, leaving only what cannot be lost. Hercules was being stripped, yet death itself did not arrive. He remained, suspended in a state that belonged neither to life nor to its end. The gods could feel the tension of it, a distortion in the natural order, as though the world were waiting for something that had not yet been decided. Zeus knew what must be done, though the knowledge pained him. His son could not be allowed to suffer without end. The mortal part of him had to be released, even if that meant surrendering him to something beyond the reach of human touch. Hera, too, felt the inevitability of that choice. The fire burned lower, no longer consuming, only holding. Hercules lay within it, caught between what he had been and what he was becoming. The world held its breath. The decision did not come from the gods, it came from Hercules himself. Though his body lay shattered by pain, though a fire still smouldered within him, his mind remained clear enough to understand what was happening. He could feel the divide between what he had been and what he was becoming, a slow separation that left him neither alive nor able to die. To remain in that state was to endure a suffering without horizon. So he asked for an ending. Those who stood near him hesitated, struck by the weight of what he was requesting. The ancient world held death in quiet reverence. To choose it was to step beyond the patterns that governed ordinary lives. Yet Hercules' life had never been ordinary. He asked for a pyre to be built, not in despair, but in recognition. The wood was gathered from the surrounding hills, branches and logs stacked beneath an open sky. There was no ceremony in the building of it. No priest spoke. No chant was raised. The simplicity of the act made it more profound. This was not a ritual shaped by tradition. It was a final assertion of will. Hercules watched as the structure took form. His eyes followed the movement of hands, the placement of each piece of wood, as though he were memorizing the last thing he would ever see. The fire within him had not faded. It waited, patient and unyielding. Zeus felt the moment approaching with a heaviness that no divine power could lift. His son was choosing a path that would sever him from the mortal world forever. Yet to deny him that choice would be to condemn him to endless torment. Hera, too, understood. The long struggle between her and Hercules had reached its final shape. Whatever else he might become, the man he had been was coming to an end. When the pyre was ready, Hercules asked to be lifted onto it. His friends did so with careful hands, their faces tight with grief and awe. They placed him upon the stacked wood, arranging his broken body as gently as they could. He did not cry out. The ancient Greeks believed that dignity in the face of death was a form of strength greater than any blow struck in battle. Hercules met this moment with the same endurance that had carried him through every trial. The sky above was clear. No thunder rolled. No sign came from Olympus. The world did not intervene. Hercules lay upon the pyre, the faint light of the setting sun touching his scarred skin. He felt the fire within him, waiting to meet the fire without. It was a strange calm, as though everything had finally narrowed to this single point. Yet there was one thing left undone. No one dared to light the pyre. The men and women who stood around him could not bring themselves to take that final step. To strike the flame was to acknowledge that Hercules, the one who had faced death and returned, was now beyond their reach. He waited. The ancient world believed that even the greatest heroes must eventually rely on the courage of others. At last, a man stepped forward. His name was not one that would be sung in long poems. He was not a king or a warrior of legend. He was simply someone who understood what was being asked. With a trembling hand, he brought the torch to the wood. The fire took hold slowly at first, a soft crackle rising into the evening air. Then it grew, climbing through the stacked branches, reaching toward Hercules' still form. The flames touched him, merging with the poison that already burned beneath his skin. For the first time since the robe had been placed upon him, Hercules felt something like release. The fire did not bring new pain. It completed what had already begun. Zeus watched from Olympus as the mortal part of his son was claimed by the flames. Hera watched as well, her long opposition dissolving into something quieter, something that acknowledged the end of one story and the beginning of another. The pyre burned brighter, lifting sparks into the darkening sky. Hercules did not scream. The ancient world would remember this moment not as a death, but as a passage. The fire rose. The world stood still. The pyre stood ready beneath the darkening sky, yet no flame touched it. The wood lay carefully stacked, pale and still, waiting for the moment that would turn it into something else. Hercules lay upon it, his body ravaged by the poison that had burned through him from within, yet his breath still moved faintly in his chest. The fire of the Hydra had not released him. It had only trapped him between pain and endurance. Those who gathered around him stood in a circle of quiet dread. They had built the pyre because he had asked for it. Yet now that it waited, no one could bring themselves to strike the spark. The ancient world knew the weight of such an act. To light the fire was to cross a boundary that no word or gesture could soften. It was to take part in a moment that would echo far beyond the hillside where they stood. Hercules looked at their faces, one by one. He did not see fear for himself. He saw fear of what they were being asked to do. His voice when he spoke was low and steady, though the pain still coursed through him like a living thing. "Do not turn away," he said. "I have walked every road that was set before me. Let me finish this one." The ancient Greeks believed that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to move through it. Yet even that belief could not make this moment easier. Zeus watched from Olympus, bound by the laws that held gods and mortals in their separate realms. His heart ached with a grief he could not ease. The son he had watched struggle, endure, and rise again and again was now asking for release from a suffering that no divine blood could soften. Hera too watched. The long struggle that had shaped Hercules' life was drawing to its final fragile moment. Whatever resentment had once driven her had fallen silent in the face of what now stood before her. No one stepped forward. The wind moved gently through the trees. The sky darkened as evening gathered. Time itself seemed to slow, as though the world were reluctant to let this moment pass. Hercules waited, his breath shallow, his eyes still clear. He felt the fire within him pressing outward, searching for something that could complete its work. To remain as he was would be to endure a suffering without end. Even a hero could not be asked to carry that. The ancient world understood that some deaths are not taken, they are given. At last, a single figure moved. He was not a king, nor a warrior whose name would be remembered. He was simply someone who had followed Hercules through the years, someone who understood what it meant to walk beside a man shaped by forces larger than himself. His hand trembled as he lifted the torch. The flame flickered, small and uncertain. For a long moment he hesitated. In that pause lay every doubt, every hope that this might somehow not be necessary. Yet Hercules' gaze held his. Steady and without accusation, the torch lowered. Fire touched wood. At first nothing happened. Then a thin line of flame crept along the dry branches, catching and spreading with quiet determination. The pyre began to breathe, drawing in air as the fire took hold. Hercules felt the warmth reach him, merging with the heat that already burned beneath his skin. For the first time since the robe had been placed upon him, the pain didn't sharpen. It shifted, becoming something that felt almost like movement. Zeus felt a great tension release. Hera watched as the moment she had waited for, feared and shaped, finally arrived. The flames grew brighter, their light rising into the gathering night. Those who stood nearby stepped back, shielding their faces from the heat and from the enormity of what they were witnessing. Hercules did not move. He lay upon the pyre as though it were a bed prepared for him, his body already part of the fire. The ancient Greeks believed that fire reveals what is true by burning away what is not. As the flames climbed higher, the last traces of Hercules' mortal flesh began to loosen their hold. The poison that had tormented him met the greater flame and was consumed, its cruel work finally brought to an end. The hillside glowed with light. Those who watched felt a strange stillness settle over them, as though the world itself were pausing to mark what was taking place. The hero who had walked through every boundary was now passing through a final one. The fire did not roar, It rose, and within it something was changing. The fire did not rush. It rose around Hercules with a slow, almost reverent patience, as though even the flames understood that what lay upon the pyre was not merely a body, but a life shaped by forces that reached beyond the earth. The stacked wood cracked softly as heat gathered, sending pale sparks into the deepening sky. Those who stood nearby felt the warmth against their faces, yet none moved closer. What was happening no longer belonged to human hands. Within the glow, Hercules' form began to blur. The poison that had once burned through his flesh was now being met by a greater flame, one that did not torment, but transformed. The pain that had consumed him for so long did not vanish all at once. It loosened, as though being gently drawn away, strand by strand. The ancient world believed that fire strips away what is bound to time, leaving only what cannot be undone. Hercules felt that truth within himself. His breath slowed, the sharp edges of suffering softened. What remained was a strange clarity, a sensation of being lifted from the weight of his own body. The flesh that had carried him through battle and sorrow was no longer holding him in place. It was becoming something else, something that belonged to the earth rather than to him. Zeus watched from Olympus. He did not see only flame. He felt the shift of something long held in tension, beginning to release. His son, born of both god and mortal, was being drawn toward the side of himself that had always waited in silence. The laws that separated the worlds trembled, not in breaking, but in recognition. Hera watched as well. The long struggle that had defined her relationship with Hercules was ending in a way she had never fully imagined. There was no victory here, no defeat. Only a profound change that placed the hero beyond the reach of all the forces that had once sought to shape him. The flames climbed higher, but they did not behave like ordinary fire. They did not flicker wildly or cast frantic shadows. They rose in steady columns of light, as though guided by something unseen. Within that light, Hercules' outline faded, no longer held by the limits of flesh. Those who witnessed the moment would later speak of a brightness that did not burn their eyes, a warmth that did not scorch. It was as if the pyre had become a doorway rather than a place of destruction. The ancient Greeks believed that certain lives are so intertwined with fate that even their ending must be made into a passage. Hercules was crossing such a threshold. What was mortal in him was being claimed by the fire. The skin that had known pain, the muscles that had borne impossible burdens, the blood that had bound him to the human world were loosening their hold. They did not vanish in violence. They were simply released, returning to the elements from which they had been shaped. What remained was not a body. It was a presence, rising slowly from the heart of the flames. Zeus felt it, a stirring that moved upward, lighter than air, yet filled with a power that could not be mistaken. The essence of his son, freed from the weight of suffering, was being drawn toward Olympus. The pyre no longer roared. It glowed. The hillside fell into a deep, reverent silence. Even the wind seemed to pause, as though the world itself were watching something pass beyond its reach. Those who stood there did not know whether to kneel or to turn away. They sensed that they were witnessing a moment that belonged to more than their time. Hera turned from the light. The work she had begun with jealousy and fear had ended in something she could not have planned. The hero she had sought to humble was no longer bound by the limits that had once defined him. The flames began to recede. Slowly the column of light softened, fading into embers that glowed quietly against the darkening sky. Where Hercules had lain, there was no trace of flesh, no ash to gather, no remnant that could be claimed by grief. The pyre stood empty. Those who remained felt a strange certainty settle over them. Hercules had not been taken in death. He had been carried elsewhere, beyond the reach of what they could see or touch. The ancient world would remember this moment not as an ending, but as a transformation. The fire had not destroyed the hero. It had revealed what he truly was. The hillside where the pyre had burned lay quiet beneath the open sky. No smoke lingered. No scent of ash remained. It was as though the fire had taken everything it needed and left the earth untouched, unwilling to mark the place where such a passage had occurred. Those who stood there felt an absence deeper than loss, a hollow shaped not by death, but by departure. Hercules was no longer among them, yet he was not gone. The ancient world believed that the soul, when freed from the weight of the body, does not wander aimlessly. It follows its nature, drawn toward the place where it belongs. What rose from the pyre was not smoke, not flame, but something lighter, clearer, shaped by endurance rather than flesh. His divine soul ascended. It moved without haste, without struggle, as though it had been waiting for this release since the moment of his birth. The pain that had bound him to the earth fell away layer by layer, leaving behind only what could not be burned or broken. Zeus felt it first. From Olympus, the king of the gods sensed the arrival of something long delayed, a presence shaped by suffering and perseverance beyond any mortal measure. The heavens stirred, not with thunder, but with recognition. A boundary that had once seemed fixed was opening, not by command, but by necessity. Hera felt it as well. The hero she had opposed for so long was crossing into a realm where her resentment held no power. Whatever conflict had defined their shared history was dissolving, replaced by something quieter, heavier, with consequence. Hercules was no longer a challenge to be answered. He was becoming part of the order she guarded. The ascent was not a triumphal march. There were no cheers, no proclamations. The ancient Greeks did not imagine the passage from mortal to divine as a moment of celebration, but as a solemn transition, one that carried the full weight of what had been endured. Hercules rose through the space between worlds, aware now of everything that had shaped him, the labours, the rage, the losses that could never be undone. None of it was erased. It was carried forward, transformed into something steadier, something that no longer tore at him from within. Divinity did not cleanse him of memory. It gave memory a different shape. Below, the world continued. The people who had witnessed the pyre returned slowly to their lives, carrying with them a story that would change each time it was told. Some would say Hercules had been taken by Zeus in a burst of light. Others would speak of fire that lifted rather than destroyed. The ancient world allowed such differences. Truth, in myth, was not bound to a single voice. On Olympus, the gods gathered. They did not rise from their seats in alarm. They did not reach for weapons. They felt the shift of balance as Hercules approached, a new presence shaped not by ambition or intrigue, but by a life that had been pushed to its limits and held there. Zeus watched as his son crossed the final distance. There was no embrace. There was recognition. Hercules was no longer the child born of deception, nor the man broken by madness and loss. He was something forged through endurance, a being who had carried the weight of both worlds and survived. Hera stood silent. The ancient world understood that reconciliation is not always spoken. Sometimes it exists simply in the willingness to accept what cannot be changed. Hercules' place among the gods was not a victory over her. It was an acknowledgement of what he had become. The heavens closed gently behind him, the boundary settling back into place. Olympus did not blaze with celebration. It absorbed him quietly, as it had absorbed so many forces before that reshaped its order. Hercules stood among the gods, not as their equal in power, but as their equal in permanence. His suffering had not been forgotten. It had been recognized as the path that had led him there. Below, the earth felt subtly altered. The hero who had walked its roads was gone. In his place remained a presence that would linger in memory, in story, in the quiet understanding that some lives do not end where others do. The ancient Greeks believed that divinity is not granted lightly. It is earned through endurance. Hercules had earned it, and as his divine soul took its place among the immortals, the world below continued to turn, unaware that one of its most restless figures had finally found stillness. Olympus did not greet Hercules with celebration. There were no trumpets of thunder, no gathering of gods in eager wonder. The halls of the immortals remained as they had always been, vast, luminous, indifferent to the arrival of any single presence. Yet beneath that stillness, something subtle had shifted. A weight that had pressed against the order of the heavens for many years was being slowly, carefully set into place. Hercules stood within that quiet. He did not feel the triumph that mortal stories would later imagine. There was no sense of conquest, no thrill of having crossed into something greater. What he felt was a deep and unfamiliar calm, like a sea that has at last stilled after a long storm. The pain that had followed him through life was no longer a wound. It had become a memory, still present, but no longer tearing at him. Hera watched him from across the wide marble floor. For so long she had known him only as a disruption, a reminder of Zeus's betrayal and of the fragile balance between divine order and human desire. Hercules had been, to her, a living fracture. His very existence had carried the echo of a moment she could never forget. Yet now he was no longer bound to that moment. The ancient world believed that time changes even the sharpest resentment. What is endured long enough begins to lose its edge, not because it is forgiven, but because it is understood. Hera saw in Hercules not the child born of deception, nor the man driven through suffering by her own design, but something shaped by all of it. He was not untouched by the past. He was made of it. Zeus remained at a distance. He did not approach his son, not yet. The space between them was heavy with everything that had been left unsaid across a lifetime of gods and mortals. He waited, allowing Hera to move first, as though this moment belonged more to her than to him. Hera stepped forward. Her presence carried the quiet authority of something that has endured longer than memory. She did not speak at once. Her gaze rested on Hercules, measuring not his strength, but the long road that had brought him here. In the ancient imagination, acceptance is not an act of mercy. It is an act of recognition. "You have crossed the boundary," Hera said at last, her voice neither harsh nor gentle. "What you were no longer holds you." Hercules did not bow. He did not need to. He felt no urge to defend himself, no need to justify what he had become. The suffering that had shaped him did not require explanation. It was written into him more clearly than any words could be. Hera studied him a moment longer. Then, with a movement that was almost imperceptible, she inclined her head. It was not an apology. It was not forgiveness. It was something older and more enduring. Acknowledgement. The ancient Greeks believed that even the gods are bound by a kind of fate, one that draws them toward moments they cannot avoid. This was one such moment. The long tension between Hera and Hercules, born of jealousy and shaped by suffering, was finally dissolving into a new form. Hercules felt it not as relief, but as release. The invisible weight that had pressed against him since his birth, the sense of being forever opposed by a divine will, was gone. In its place was something steadier, a quiet belonging that did not need to be spoken. Zeus moved then. He came to stand beside Hera, his gaze resting on the sun, who now stood among the immortals. In Hercules' presence, he saw both the child he had once held and the being who had risen through pain into something unbreakable. There was no embrace. The gods did not express love as mortals did. What passed between them was deeper than gesture, a recognition that could not be diminished by distance or time. Below, the mortal world continued to tell its stories. Some would speak of Hera's cruelty, others of her final acceptance. The ancient world did not require these accounts to agree. What mattered was the pattern they traced, the way conflict gives way, eventually, to something quieter and more enduring. Hercules stood within Olympus, no longer a figure caught between worlds. He was still marked by what he had been, but he was no longer defined by it. Hera turned away, her role in his story finally complete. Whatever else Hercules would become among the gods, it would not be shaped by her opposition. The long arc of their shared fate had reached its resting point. The halls of Olympus settled into their ancient stillness. And within that stillness, Hercules took his place, not as a conqueror, not as a victim, but as something forged by every step that had led him there. Olympus did not change when Hercules took his place among the immortals. The halls remained vast and luminous, their marble floors reflecting a light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The gods continued their ancient rhythms, moving through eternity with the ease of beings who have never known exhaustion. Yet, within that unchanging order, a quiet difference had settled, like a new tone added to a familiar harmony. Hercules felt it first. The weight of time no longer pressed against him. The slow wearing away that defines mortal life had loosened its grip. He did not feel invincible. He felt unburdened, as though something that had always pulled at him from within had finally grown still. The ancient world believed that to become a god was not to escape one's past, but to carry it forward in a different form. Hercules still remembered every struggle, every loss. Megara's face, the labours that had broken and remade him, the fire that had stripped away his mortal body. None of it faded. It was held within him now, not as pain, but as knowledge. Zeus watched him with a distant, contemplative gaze. His son was no longer a figure of the human world, yet neither was he simply another god among many. He carried with him something Olympus rarely possessed, the full memory of what it meant to live within time. Hera observed him quietly. The resentment that had once defined her thoughts had fallen away, leaving behind a strange, measured regard. Hercules was no longer an intrusion into the order of the gods. He was part of it, shaped by the very forces she had once tried to wield against him. Hercules did not stride through Olympus as a conqueror. He moved with the careful attention of someone who knows what it means to be out of place. The gods did not greet him with warmth or hostility. They acknowledged him with the reserved recognition given to something that has earned its presence through endurance rather than birth alone. The ancient Greeks believed that immortality brings not freedom, but responsibility. Hercules began to understand that truth. His strength, now unbound by flesh, was not meant to be spent recklessly. The world below would continue to turn, and the gods would continue to shape its currents. His place among them was not to dominate, but to witness, to stand as a bridge between what endures and what fades. There were moments when he felt the pull of the earth, not as a longing, but as an awareness. He could sense the places he had walked, the cities that had risen and fallen in his wake. The mortal world was no longer something he could touch, yet it remained woven into him, as inseparable as memory. Zeus felt both pride and unease as he watched his son settle into this new existence. A being who knows the cost of mortality does not forget it easily. Hercules would never look upon the world with the same detached gaze as those who had never lived within it. Hera understood this as well. The gods were not meant to know fragility, yet Hercules had been shaped by it, and that knowledge would forever mark his presence among them. The ancient world imagined that such a figure could bring balance, a reminder of the limits that even divine power must respect. Hercules stood beneath the open sky of Olympus, feeling the vastness of what he had become. He was no longer bound by hunger or weariness. He did not fear death. Yet the echo of his mortal life remained, a quiet weight that kept him anchored to something beyond the endlessness of the gods. Below, stories of him continued to spread. Mortals would speak of his labours, his sufferings, his final passage through fire. They would shape him into something that fit their own hopes and fears. Hercules could sense those stories, distant and indistinct, like voices carried on a far wind. He did not belong to them anymore, yet they still belonged to him. The ancient Greeks believed that a god who has known mortality stands in a different relation to fate. Hercules was beginning to feel that difference, not as superiority, but as a quiet, abiding awareness of how much can be lost. Olympus remained unchanged. Hercules did not. He stood among the immortals, carrying within him the full weight of a human life that had been lived to its breaking point. In that weight lay his true distinction, not power, understanding. The heavens did not offer Hercules an explanation for what he had endured. Olympus was a place of vast perspective, where centuries passed like moments and the rise and fall of mortal lives barely stirred the air. Yet even here, among beings untouched by time, the weight of his story remained. It rested within him, not as a burden, but as a presence that could not be ignored. The ancient world did not believe suffering existed without shape. Pain, to the Greeks, was not merely something to be survived. It was something that carved meaning into the soul, a force that revealed what could not be seen in ease or comfort. Hercules felt that truth more clearly now than he ever had when he walked the earth. He remembered every labour, the lion's suffocating strength, the Hydra's multiplying heads, the endless weight of the sky when Atlas had placed it upon his shoulders, the silent stillness of the underworld. None of these memories had faded with his mortal body. They had become part of the texture of what he was, woven into the fabric of his divine being. The gods around him sensed it, though they could not fully share it. They had known conflict and intrigue, but not the slow, grinding endurance of a life bound to time. Zeus watched his son with a gaze that held both pride and quiet unease. Hercules was not simply a god now. He was a witness to what it means to be human, to struggle against forces that do not yield. That knowledge gave him a gravity that no divine birth could grant. Hera understood this as well. The resentment she had once carried had been burned away by the fire that took Hercules from the mortal world. In its place was a recognition that his suffering had not been a mistake in the order of things. It had been the very process by which he had been shaped into something the gods themselves could not have created. The ancient Greeks believed that the greatest figures are not born fully formed. They are made. Hercules' life had been a long forging. Every trial had struck against him like a hammer against heated metal, bending and refining him until what remained could not be broken. His suffering had not purified him. It had given him depth. There were moments when he wondered what it might have been like to live without that shaping, to grow old quietly, surrounded by the ordinary rhythms of human life. Such thoughts did not bring regret. They brought a quiet awareness of how different his path had been from what might have been. In that difference lay the meaning of it all. Hercules did not believe his pain had been inflicted to teach him virtue or to test his worth. The ancient world was not so simple. Suffering existed because power, desire, and fate collide. What mattered was not why it occurred, but what a person became in the midst of it. He had become someone who could endure. That endurance was now part of the order of the gods. When Hercules looked down toward the mortal world, he did not see it as something small or fleeting. He saw it as a place of immense courage, where lives are lived in the face of uncertainty and loss. His own past had given him a kinship with those who still walked beneath time's unyielding shadow. Zeus felt the quiet shift that this brought to Olympus. The presence of a god who had known mortality changed the balance of the divine realm. Hercules did not look upon human suffering as a distant spectacle. He knew it from within. That knowledge would echo through every choice he made among the immortals. Hera sensed that change as well. The hero she had once opposed had become something that neither she nor Zeus could fully define. His suffering had given him a perspective that no divine power could grant. The ancient Greeks believed that the greatest meaning is not found in victory, but in what remains after everything has been taken away. Hercules' suffering had stripped him to his essence, revealing a resilience that could not be erased by fire or time. He stood now among the gods, carrying that essence with a quiet steadiness. The world below continued to turn, filled with its own struggles and hopes. Hercules did not stand above it in judgment. He stood in relation to it, bound by the memory of having once been part of its fragile, fleeting beauty. His suffering had not been wasted. It had become the bridge between what he was and what he had become. The Greeks did not speak of the mind as a place separate from the world. To them, thought and emotion were not hidden within the skull. They were forces that moved through the body, through breath and blood, through the invisible currents that shaped action and memory. Hercules, more than any other figure of their stories, came to embody this belief. His struggles were never only against monsters or fate. They were against the unseen storms that rise within a person and demand to be faced. From the beginning, his life had been marked by inner turbulence. He was born of divine will and human vulnerability, carrying within him a tension that could never be fully resolved. The strength that set him apart also isolated him. The rage that flared in him was not merely temper, but the collision of power and uncertainty, of knowing oneself to be different in a world that offers no clear place for such difference. The ancient Greeks did not name this condition, but they recognized it. They saw in Hercules a man who was driven by forces larger than his conscious intention. His moments of violence were not portrayed as simple cruelty. They were eruptions of something held too long, something that had no safe outlet. In his slaying of his own family, they did not see a villain. They saw a tragedy born when inner forces overwhelmed the fragile structures of human life. To the Greeks, this was not an aberration. It was a warning. Hercules showed what happens when the soul carries more than it can contain. His madness was not separate from his heroism. It was part of the same fire that made him capable of impossible deeds. Power, in their understanding, does not divide neatly into good and harm. It moves through a person, shaping everything it touches. The labours that followed his crime were not merely punishments. They were a way of giving shape to what had shattered inside him. Each trial placed him in a struggle that mirrored something deeper. The lion's invulnerability, the Hydra's multiplying wounds, the endless weight of the sky. These were not only external obstacles, they were reflections of a mind learning to bear what it had done and what it had become. The Greeks believed that meaning is forged through endurance. Hercules' long path of atonement was not about erasing his past. It was about learning how to live with it. In this, they saw something profoundly human. A person is not defined by a single moment, even a terrible one. A person is defined by how they move forward from it. When Hercules became a god, he did not leave this behind. He carried the memory of his inner struggles into immortality. That was what made him different from the other Olympians. They were born into their power. He had been shaped by it, tested by it, wounded by it. To the Greek mind, this made him closer to humanity than any other god. They did not imagine him as a figure of perfect calm. They imagined him as a presence who understood what it meant to wrestle with oneself. In their stories, Hercules remained a reminder that even the strongest among us are never free from the weight of their own nature. The ancient world did not separate thought from action. A person's deeds were the outward expression of what moved within. Hercules' violence, his tenderness, his despair, and his endurance were all seen as threads of the same tapestry. He was not a puzzle to be solved. He was a life to be witnessed. This was why he endured in their imagination. Not because he was powerful, but because he was torn. The Greeks recognized something of themselves in him. They saw their own struggles reflected in his, magnified to mythic scale. His story gave shape to feelings that were otherwise difficult to name: the pull of anger, the ache of guilt, the longing for release. In Hercules, these were not weaknesses. They were the conditions of being human. Even among the gods, he remained marked by this. He did not become distant or cold. He became a bridge between the divine and the mortal, not through authority, but through understanding. His inner life, shaped by suffering and endurance, gave him a depth that no divine birth could provide. The ancient Greeks believed that the soul is known for what it survives. Hercules had survived himself. That, more than any labour or conquest, was what made him worthy of remembrance. The ancient Greeks never believed that heroes were meant to remain whole. They understood greatness not as something that could be held without cost, but as a force that stretches a life beyond its natural limits. To rise too far above the ordinary was to invite a reckoning, not because the world was cruel, but because balance was woven into its deepest order. Hercules embodied this truth from the moment of his birth. He was born carrying more than a single life was meant to bear: divine power, human vulnerability, and a fate that would not allow either to exist without conflict. His strength lifted him above others, but it also placed him in a space where ordinary rules no longer applied. The Greeks saw this space clearly. A hero was not simply admired. A hero was dangerous. To stand at the centre of stories, to shape events through sheer force of being, was to draw the attention of forces that do not tolerate permanence. Fate, in their understanding, was not a distant abstraction. It was a current that pulled hardest on those who rose highest. Hercules did not fall because he failed. He fell because he was too large for the fragile shape of human life. Every labour he completed pushed him further from the world he had once tried to live within. Every victory separated him from ordinary time. Even his love became unstable beneath the weight of what he was. The more he succeeded, the less room there was for him to remain simply a man. The ancient world believed that when a life grows too vast, it begins to crack. Hercules' madness was one such fracture. His violent rages were not merely eruptions of anger. They were signs of a soul under strain, stretched between power and restraint. The terrible moment when he destroyed his own family was not portrayed as an act of evil. It was shown as the breaking point of a life that had been forced beyond its limits. This was not unique to Hercules. The Greeks saw the same pattern in kings who ruled too long, in warriors who conquered too much, in those whose ambition outgrew the world meant to hold them. When a figure becomes too central, too defining, something must eventually give. Hercules' long road of atonement was part of this falling. Each labour stripped something from him: pride, certainty, the illusion that strength alone could set things right. What remained was not weakness, but exposure. He was being brought closer to the edge where even a hero must confront what cannot be mastered. The fire that took him was the final expression of this truth. It was not a punishment. It was the moment when a life that had become too heavy for mortal form was released from it. His transformation into a god did not undo his fall, it completed it. The Greeks believed that falling is not the opposite of rising, it is its consequence. Hercules' story does not move from failure to triumph. It moves from power to understanding. His suffering was the cost of having lived at the intersection of forces that no single being can contain without breaking. This is why heroes, in Greek thought, must fall. Not because they are flawed, but because they are too full of meaning. They carry the hopes and fears of an entire culture, and no human shape can hold that weight indefinitely. By allowing Hercules to fall, the Greeks were not diminishing him. They were revealing him. Through his breaking, they saw the truth of greatness, that it is not a state of perfection, but a process that consumes those who embody it. To be a hero is to live where the ordinary protections of life no longer apply. Hercules did not escape this. He fulfilled it. His fall was not into obscurity or shame. It was into a deeper significance, one that could not remain confined to a mortal body. By passing through fire, he became something that could endure what had destroyed him. The ancient world didn't seek heroes who lived forever. They sought heroes who showed what it costs to live greatly. Hercules showed them, and in his falling, they found the meaning of his rise. The world that first told the story of Hercules no longer exists. The hills and temples remain in fragments, but the way those people understood greatness has faded into something quieter and more distant. Yet even now, when new heroes fill screens and pages, the shadow of Hercules still lingers, not because of what he could do, but because of what his life revealed about power and loss. The ancient Greeks didn't imagine heroes as flawless. They imagined them as dangerous. To be great was to live close to the edge of ruin. Hercules was admired not because he was safe, but because he was exposed. His strength did not protect him from suffering. It made his suffering larger, more visible, more unavoidable. Modern heroes are often shaped differently. They are built to be admired without being undone. Their struggles are usually arranged so that victory restores what was broken. Even when they fall, they are allowed to rise without carrying the full weight of what they have lost. The story bends to preserve them. Hercules' story does not bend. When he destroys what he loves, it is not undone. When he suffers, the suffering remains part of him. There is no clean return to innocence, no quiet erasure of what has happened. His life moves forward with scars that never fully fade. The ancient world believed that such scars are what make a story true. They did not need heroes to be comforting. They needed them to be honest. Hercules was not a symbol of hope in the modern sense. He was a symbol of endurance. He showed what it looks like to keep moving even when the shape of one's life has been irreversibly altered. Modern heroes often exist to reassure. They promise that order can be restored, that loss can be made whole again, that the world can be repaired without permanent cost. Their stories soothe the fear that nothing truly changes. Hercules offers no such comfort. His world changes and remains changed. His actions leave marks that do not disappear. The people he loses are not returned. The guilt he carries is not lifted. Even his ascension to divinity does not erase what came before. It only carries it into another form. The Greeks understood that this was closer to how life feels. Things happen that cannot be undone. What remains is not resolution, but continuation. Hercules embodies that continuation. He is not a figure who restores balance by undoing harm. He is one who moves forward, bearing the weight of what has already been done. This is what separates him from many modern heroes. They are often allowed to exist in a world that forgives them easily. Hercules lives in a world that remembers. The ancient Greeks believed that memory is part of justice. A deed does not vanish when it is regretted. It remains, shaping the future. Hercules' entire life is shaped by a single terrible moment, and all that follows grows out of that wound. Modern heroes are often freed from such chains. Their mistakes are stepping stones, not anchors. They may struggle, but the struggle rarely defines them. Hercules is defined by his. This does not make him weaker. It makes him more deeply human, even after he becomes a god. The ancient world did not want heroes who escaped the consequences of their actions. It wanted heroes who showed what it costs to live with them. Hercules shows that cost in every labour, in every loss, in every moment of isolation that follows his fame. He is not surrounded by gratitude. He is surrounded by the echo of what he has done. Modern heroes are often framed as protectors of the innocent. Hercules is something older and more unsettling. He is a force that moves through the world, altering it whether he intends to or not. His presence brings both rescue and ruin, and the stories do not pretend otherwise. This is why he still feels different. Even now, when heroism is often presented as something neat and reassuring, Hercules remains a reminder that greatness is not gentle. It is disruptive. It asks for more than it gives back. The ancient Greeks were not afraid of this truth. They believed that to confront it was part of understanding what it means to live. Hercules stands at that boundary between what we wish heroes could be and what they have always been, figures who carry the full weight of consequence. In that weight lies his enduring power, not as a model to be copied, but as a mirror held up to the cost of being extraordinary. Long after Hercules left the mortal world, his name continued to move through it. It travelled in quiet stories told beside hearthfires, in the worn lines of old poetry, in the faint memory of a figure who had once stood where no one else could. The ancient Greeks didn't preserve him because he had been perfect. They preserved him because he had endured. Endurance was the quality they valued most. Not the ability to win, but the ability to remain when everything that once defined a life has been taken away. Hercules' story was not one of uninterrupted triumph. It was a long procession of losses, each one demanding that he continue despite the narrowing of what remained. The Greeks saw something deeply familiar in this. Their world was shaped by war, by sudden disaster, by the slow erosion of what people love. They did not expect life to be fair. They expected it to be survived. In Hercules, they found a figure who survived not by escaping pain, but by moving through it. Every labour he completed was a form of endurance. The lion that could not be pierced, the Hydra whose wounds multiplied, the weight of the sky pressing down upon his shoulders. These were not simply feats of strength. They were images of persistence, of a body and a will refusing to yield even when the cost was high. Hercules did not overcome these trials easily. He endured them, step by step, breath by breath. The ancient world believed that this kind of endurance creates meaning. It does not erase suffering. It gives it shape. Hercules' suffering was not portrayed as something that would make him wiser or kinder. It made him something else, unbreakable in a way that only those who have been broken can be. When he destroyed what he loved, when he was driven into madness, when he was forced to serve a lesser king, he did not find a way to undo these things. He found a way to live with them. That was the endurance the Greeks recognized. Even his final agony, the fire that consumed his mortal body, was endured rather than escaped. He did not plead for release. He did not turn away. He allowed the fire to take what it would, trusting that what remained was enough. This was not bravery in the modern sense. It was a kind of stubborn presence, a refusal to disappear, even when everything that made life gentle had been stripped away. The Greeks did not imagine this as a virtue. They imagined it as a necessity. To live in their world was to face forces that do not ask permission. Fate, desire, and the will of the gods move through human lives without regard for fairness. Endurance was the only way to remain oneself in the midst of that. Hercules became their symbol of this, not because he succeeded, but because he continued. His divinity did not replace this meaning, it completed it. As a god, he did not become distant or serene. He became a reminder that even among immortals, the knowledge of suffering gives depth to existence. The ancient Greeks believed that a being who has endured understands something that no untouched life can know. Hercules carried that understanding into Olympus, a quiet presence among gods who had never been forced to confront their own limits. Below, the mortal world went on telling his story, not to celebrate strength, but to remember what it costs to keep going when strength is all that remains. His name became a way of speaking about the moments when nothing is left but the will to stand, to breathe, to take one more step. The symbol he became was not of victory. It was of persistence. In a world that does not promise kindness, Hercules represented the stubborn, unyielding fact of existence itself. Things break, people fall, life does not restore what is lost, yet something remains that continues to move forward. The Greeks recognized themselves in that something. They did not see Hercules as an ideal to be imitated. They saw him as a reflection of what it means to endure. Long after his story ended, that reflection remained, quiet, unresolved, and still present. Hercules did not remain within the boundaries of Greece. Long after the temples of his homeland had weathered into stone and dust, his story continued to travel, carried across seas and languages, reshaped by the hands of cultures that had never seen Olympus. The ancient Greeks would have understood this. To them, a story that endures is not one that stays still, but one that adapts, taking on new forms as it moves through the world. In distant lands, Hercules appeared under different names. To the Romans, he became Hercules still, but clothed in the values of empire, a figure of conquest and endurance. His labours were recast as proof of strength that could serve order and expansion. Yet beneath that armour of imperial meaning, the old figure remained, a being who suffered, who was driven by forces he could not fully control, who endured beyond the breaking point. Further east, echoes of his story emerged in tales of wandering heroes who wrestled monsters, who bore unbearable burdens, who crossed into the lands of the dead and returned changed. These figures did not share his name, yet they carried his shape. They were strong, but never untouched. They were admired, but never at peace. The ancient world recognized this pattern. It believed that certain stories are not invented, but discovered, as though they rise again and again wherever human lives brush against the same questions. What does it mean to be powerful? What does it cost? How much can a single life bear before it begins to come apart? Hercules answered these questions not with certainty, but with endurance. In medieval Europe, his image shifted again. He became a moralized figure, a warrior who battled not only beasts, but the darker forces of the soul. Artists carved him into cathedrals, not as a god, but as a symbol of struggle against chaos. The suffering that had defined him in Greek myth was softened, but it never vanished. It lingered in the tension of his posture, in the strain carved into stone. In the stories of other cultures, similar figures arose. There were heroes who carried mountains. There were champions who faced monsters no one else could approach. There were wanderers cursed by their own strength. They did not descend from Zeus. They did not share Hercules' name. Yet they moved through the same deep pattern, shaped by the same understanding that to be exceptional is to be burdened. The ancient Greeks would have recognized them all as kin. They believed that myth is not a set of fixed tales, but a way of seeing the world. Hercules was one expression of something far older and wider, the figure who stands between human fragility and the forces that threaten to overwhelm it. Even in the modern world, his shadow persists. Films, books, and games continue to reshape him, sometimes into a simple champion, sometimes into a figure of exaggerated power. Yet even in these new forms, the tension remains. Hercules is still portrayed as someone who must struggle, who cannot simply exist without conflict pressing in around him. This is not an accident, it is the reason he endures. Cultures change, beliefs shift, yet the need for stories that confront suffering does not fade. Hercules offers a language for that need, a way of speaking about the weight of living in a world that does not bend easily to desire. The ancient Greeks didn't think of him as belonging only to them. They believed that a story that touches something true will find new voices wherever it goes. Hercules became such a story, not because he was perfect, but because he was incomplete, forever marked by what he had endured. In every culture that takes him in, something of that mark remains. He is always strong. He is always wounded. He is always walking a road that does not promise rest. That is why his story does not settle. It moves. Across languages. Across centuries. Across the shifting landscapes of human memory. The Greeks would have seen this as a kind of immortality deeper than any granted by the gods. Not the endless continuation of a single form, but the endless rebirth of meaning. Hercules lives wherever people tell stories about struggle that does not end in easy triumph. Wherever they speak of strength that comes at a cost. Wherever they recognize themselves in a figure who endures. Long after Hercules had passed beyond the reach of time, his presence remained. Not as a voice that spoke from the heavens, nor as a force that moved openly through the world, but as a quiet weight carried in memory. The ancient Greeks did not believe that a life truly ends when the body is gone. They believed it continues wherever its story is told, wherever its meaning still touches the living. Hercules had become such a story. He was remembered not only for what he had done, but for what he had endured. The labours, the madness, the fire. These were not episodes to be admired from a distance. They were the shape of a life that had been tested again and again by forces larger than any single will. The Greeks did not imagine him as a figure of simple victory. They imagined him as someone who had been changed by everything he had faced. Even among the gods, Hercules was different. He carried within him the full weight of having lived as a man. He knew hunger, fear, love, and loss in ways the Olympians never had to. That knowledge gave him a depth that could not be taught or bestowed. It was earned through the slow passage of time and pain. Zeus saw this in him. The son he had once watched struggle on earth now stood among the immortals with a quiet steadiness. Hercules did not look down upon the mortal world with indifference. He looked upon it with recognition. He had walked its roads. He had known its fragility. Hera, too, understood what he had become. Her long opposition to him had not ended in conquest or defeat. It had ended in transformation. The hero she had once sought to undo had been remade by suffering into something that could not be reduced to resentment. The ancient world believed that meaning is not found in what a person achieves, but in what remains when achievement falls away. Hercules' story remained because it spoke to something enduring. It did not promise that life would be fair. It didn't offer escape from loss. It showed that even when everything is taken, something persists. Endurance. This was what made him more than a man. Not his strength, not his fame, but his capacity to continue when no other path remained. When mortals spoke his name, they did not always think of a god. They thought of someone who had walked through the deepest suffering and not vanished. His divinity did not separate him from that memory, it preserved it. The ancient Greeks believed that heroes exist to reveal the shape of human existence. Hercules revealed that shape not through perfection, but through fracture. His life was broken, yet it did not collapse into nothing. It became something else. A story, a symbol, a presence that could be felt long after the fire had taken his mortal form. He did not resolve the contradictions of being alive. He carried them. That was why he remained. The world continued to change. Empires rose and fell. Languages shifted. Yet the figure of Hercules moved through all of it, reshaped but never erased. His story was told by people who had never known Greece, yet who recognized something in him that felt familiar. The ancient world would have understood this as the deepest form of immortality. Not the endless preservation of a body, but the endless renewal of meaning. Hercules became more not by leaving humanity behind, but by carrying it into eternity. His suffering did not disappear when he became a god. It was transformed into something that could no longer harm him, yet still mattered. He stood among the immortals as a reminder of what it costs to live, and what it means to endure. In that stillness beyond time, Hercules did not look back with regret. He looked back with understanding. The life he had lived was not gentle. It was not fair. It was, however, real. That was enough. The man who had once walked beneath the weight of the world had become something larger. Yet he had not forgotten what it meant to be small, to be afraid, to be wounded. He had become more, not because he escaped his past, but because he carried it forward. The world did not stop when Hercules left it. The rivers continued to wind through their valleys, indifferent to who had once crossed them. Fields were still ploughed, children were still born beneath uncertain skies. Yet something subtle had changed, the way a place feels after a great storm has passed and left behind a silence that is not quite empty. There were fewer monsters on the old roads, not because evil had been defeated, but because something that had once drawn it outward was gone. Hercules had been like a gathering force, pulling danger toward himself wherever he went. With his passing, the world felt less tightly wound, as though a long-held breath had finally been released. Cities rebuilt without expecting him to come. They learned again how to stand on their own, to guard their walls. to negotiate their conflicts without waiting for a figure of impossible strength to appear. The ancient Greeks believed that heroes do not create peace. They interrupt chaos long enough for people to remember how fragile peace truly is. Hercules had done that. Now the world had to do the rest. Yet even as the land grew quieter, his presence did not fade. His name moved through marketplaces and along lonely roads, carried by travellers who had never seen him but felt they knew him. Some spoke of him as a god, others as a warrior, others still as a warning of what happens when power moves too close to the heart. No version was complete. All of them were necessary. The ancient world understood that memory is not a mirror, it is a fire. It changes what it touches, reshaping the past into something the present can carry. Hercules became many things as he passed into story. His suffering softened, his violence sharpened, his humanity blurred. Yet something essential remained: the endurance. That quiet, unyielding force that had carried him through madness, guilt, labour and flame now moved through the world in quieter ways. It lived in farmers who rebuilt after ruin, in soldiers who stood their ground when hope had thinned, in people who carried grief and did not lay it down. This was where Hercules truly endured, not in Olympus, but in the small, stubborn acts of continuing. Even the gods could feel this change. Zeus watched the mortal world with a distant attentiveness, aware that his son had not vanished from it. Hercules no longer walked its roads, yet the pattern of his life still pressed against it, like a faint imprint left by something heavy that had once passed through. Hera felt it too. The long conflict that had defined her relationship with him was over, yet what he had become could not be erased. His presence lingered in the way the world remembered strength and suffering together, rather than apart. The ancient Greeks believed that stories do not preserve the past. They create a living version of it. Hercules was now part of that living current. Each time his name was spoken, each time his labours were retold, the world reshaped him slightly. He became what people needed him to be: a guardian, a caution, a reminder that even the strongest can be broken. The man beneath the legend slowly faded, but the meaning deepened. In distant places, his story took on new forms. He became a wanderer, a king, a god of protection. Cultures that had never known Greece still found themselves telling stories that carried his shape: a figure burdened by strength, a hero marked by loss, a being who stands between the world as it is and the world as it could be. This was not coincidence. The ancient world believed that certain truths are too large for a single story. They return again and again, wearing new faces. Hercules had become one of those truths, moving quietly through human memory. And now, the listener stands within that movement. By hearing his story, you have taken part in its survival. The road he walked has ended, but the path his life carved through memory continues, shaped by every voice that carries it forward. The world after Hercules is not safer. It is simply quieter. And in that quiet, his story still moves, like an echo that refuses to fade. Not because he was a god, but because he was a man who endured.